Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Oh, that's kind of blurry. How's everybody doing? Hi Vi. Hi Cavendish. Hi Fricka. Hi Doris. How are you? Welcome, 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 welcome. Happy Saturday. Help, says Sophia. Why? What happened? Why do you need help? Oh, hello. Oh, I love that. Oh, what a difference a letter makes. Oh my. Hello. 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 Oh. Thank you for the host, Doris. Oh, I thought I had scissors in here. Huh. Apparently I do not. Okay. Oh, Fricka, thank you. Thank you for this sub. I appreciate that. Alright, what are we gonna do today? We're gonna do some drawing. Duh. What else are we gonna do? No, we're just gonna draw stuff. That's it. That's it. How are you doing? Are you well? How was your week? Tell me about your week. I'm gonna switch over now to a different song. Okay, so there goes that one. Here comes the swan. Always the same playlist, I'm afraid. I have not had the time to find another. Okay. I think, yeah. Okay, so this is what we did last time. Last week? It was last week, right? Yeah, I think it was last week. We did a squash shop. Squash shop. Squash shop? Squash store. Shop. I like shop. I posted this on Instagram and I did a little fun interactive thing where if you comment underneath the picture, I will take you on a magical journey. It's kind of like an RPG roleplay. I don't know. I've been doing it with people. It's really fun. Honestly, I love it. And I want to do it every time, but we'll see what happens. I don't think every illustration is as thought-provoking story-wise as others. Also, I know this looks kind of ratty. I should have cropped it, but once I crop it, it'll look better. This one's for sale on my shop. I underpriced it kind of on purpose because admittedly I rushed it, and this one is also for sale in my shop. Equally rushed because they were both done as kind of what do you call them, like demos for a class explaining how I do my magic and stuff. So I feel bad they're not at the usual quality, so those are up there. We'll probably be working a little bit on these today. This and this. I got some stuff to do there. I also have a couple ATCs. Now I'm afraid to show a couple of these just because I fear that the people they're going to are in the chat. So let me double check real quick. At least on Twitch. Okay. So really quick I can show this one. This one I did recently. For one of my patrons. They're really into making their own yarn and knitting and such. So I want to do something really sweet for them regarding that. So that's catered to them. Shit! It was yours! Damn it! You didn't come up in the watchers! Ah! Damn it. Well, there you go. There's your spider. Damn! Well, that happened. I don't know why you didn't come up in the Watchers. I checked. I just checked. Well, shoot. Well, it's ruined. I hope you're happy. The turtle and the pangolin are for... If anybody's familiar with Dennis, who does the readings for the Curious Collectors, I do things for his Patreon, and he does things for my Patreon. It's kind of a really nice, I don't know, back and forth thing. So I'm doing those as sort of a, like, he has digital print type things that he gives out on his. So I'm going to be doing those. Well, good. I'm glad you like it. I'm going to be honest. This took me way longer than it probably looks like it did. Figuring out how to do each of these so it looks like the fluffy bits are being strung down and able to be spun on the spindles, and have them each interacting the way they are. Very difficult. I went through about 4 or 5 thumbnails of this, and I usually don't even do thumbnails very often. So this was a thing. This was a puzzle. Yeah, and the video you sent me was awesome. That guy was really good at explaining it, but I hope you like it. Damn it, I ruined this surprise. This is why I don't usually do these on stream. I fear that the people they're going to show up. This person won't. She doesn't watch streams, so that's for one of my patrons. This one's for one of my patrons. This is another one. This is for the same lady up there. I owe a lot of people a lot of stuff, so I've been like drawing like a mad woman. This whole week was dedicated to my Dandikin. This one's gonna have some glow-in-the-dark elements, and I didn't bring my glow-in-the-dark stuff at the moment, so I'm not gonna be able to do that on stream because I can't find my UV light either. So there's that. This is also for one of my Dandikin patrons. And then so is this one. They wanted a spider god. So lots of spiders this month. But I mean, you know, it's fall. Kind of makes sense. But yeah, he's kind of metal. So he wanted one of these. So those are what I've done kind of so far. But I wanted to work on these during the stream. Cree, yours is done. For the most part. I might do some more vignetting around it. But this one's basically good to go. Let's see. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Cavendish. I should have warned you. It's okay. They're more anthropomorphic, right? Yeah. And they're cute. One's wearing a dress. Yeah. Totally forgot. Sorry. I had to look up reference, man. That's the fun thing about this whole thing. Yeah, Sophia, some people don't come up in the Watchers. It's so stupid. Oh, how was the move? The move was in April. And it's really sad because we moved in April, and I still haven't gotten time, and this is going to sound really bad, to put up our drapes. We do have them. They're hanging on where they will be eventually. Did I mention we're workaholics? So we don't exactly get the time to do the things even we need to do, which is really bad. Really bad, because obviously it's September. So and there's a lot of windows, and it takes a long time, and I owe a lot of people things, and they take priority. I can't get people mad at me anymore. Like, I can't do it. There's so many emails. Oh, I'm glad you appreciate it, Twillo. Thank you. Oh, your Oxenfurt map. That's cute. I like that name. Thank you, Twillo. Yeah, and the curtain, it's just... I've got them just kind of slung over the thing that was here by the previous owners, so they work. we don't need to even open and close them because we go in the bedroom to sleep and we leave and then we work all day somewhere else. Like, you know, it's not a priority, you know. Yeah, it's not the right kind of green though. We actually have a legit green screen green. This is actually like my convention tablecloth I usually use when I'm at conventions. So, yeah, but it's not the right kind of green. You need like, especially with the tones in my hair and stuff, it might actually pick those up since it's a little bit too subtle. It needs to be like a green, you know, to actually get it really crisp and to make the background look super integrated. I used to do this stuff, the color keying and such back during college days and things like that. So I know how to do it. I just don't like to because honestly, and Gabe kind of knows how I feel about this. I feel like if the background is too busy, it takes away from what we've got going on here. And the fact that, you know, it's the same background I used to have. It's just that door and that wall. But I feel like having the curtain here makes it so it feels more intimate. You know what I mean? I actually really like my old setup where it looks like I'm kind of in, like the lighting is so much so where I look kind of vignetted naturally, and it looks like I'm in kind of a hobbit hole or something, and that one felt really intimate, and I really liked that one. But now that I have legit lighting, I can't do that. Isn't that stupid? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, and I've been doing it for like 4 years straight, Sophia. So the thing is, like, it doesn't end really, because I'm the type of person who I like to get my work done before I play, right? And that is backfiring super, super badly because there is no real end to this. So I've been learning to be a little bit selfish in that Saturdays, days like today, are supposed to be my fun day, but at this point, the fun has been overtaken by the guilt. So at this point, I absolutely need to get that out. And I have a couple hours a week that are mine, usually the Twitch time, but this week I told myself, I'm like, no fun this week. You got to get these out or else you're going to get even more behind. Because the pet portraits, which that whole thing is not my fault. That is COVID related 100%, which totally sucks. But what I was saying is I can't just go balls out and go really hard at something for like 2 weeks and have it be done. The pet portraits are gonna take a long, long time. And if I were just gonna like bog down and do those, I'd have to pause my Patreon completely, which means I'm not getting paid at all. It basically means I'm unemployed, which I've technically been unemployed this whole year because of the pandemic. So I've been getting economic assistance, whatever, just a little bit. It's not like a lot. So because the convention's closing and that's our main source of income. Conventions are semi-back now, but I am not comfortable with going back. They seem like they're doing okay. We'll see. But I don't know, I'm a little scared still. And they're not at 100% capacity either because of all the stuff. So it's like less customers, and I feel like the saturation like of what they'll buy and things, or it's just, it doesn't seem worth it to go to like Dragon Con. I got into Dragon Con this year, but going all the way to Georgia from Illinois, paying for all that stuff and everything, and not even having it be like full force Dragon Con is like, that's a risk. That's one I can't even risk taking technically. Yeah, and it was Gabe's birthday 2 days ago. Gabe's birthday is on the 2nd. He turned 41. So, wish Gabe a happy birthday if you can. I'll let him know, Cavendish. Thank you for remembering. That was very sweet of you. I'm trying to remember if she gets color. Yeah, she does. Okay. Well, let's warm up first with one of these other ones. Let's do the little raccoon here. And it's Mary. So wait, tell me about your week. Come on. I live to hear about your weeks. I don't really get much of my own. But the whole thing with unemployment is that's stopping this week. Like, it's done. So we're gonna be hurting pretty soon. We have some saved up again now. We were able to save up because we had depleted our savings last year. And because I'm so behind on stuff, I can't even get a part-time job, which is horrible because I would love to get a part-time job, but all my time is really given to all the things I owe people. It's a bad situation, man. This is a raccoon. So I need to look up raccoon colors. I always think raccoons are brown, but they're not really. Oh, don't worry about that, Cavendish. I don't expect people to know stuff right away in Discord. No worries. Thank you, Fricka. I'll let him know. Razor blades got lost in the mail, so gotta try and buy more. And you got your money back from Amazon. Good. They're usually really good about that. All the returns and everything I've ever done, and I've done quite a few. They've always done really good with that. Third day was shaking hands. First attorney, accidentally took out English for Russia. I can't come back. Oh, shaky hands. Do you think it's from anxiety? Too much caffeine? Not enough? What do you think it's from? They're not part of the shadow box sale. I mean, you know, some things come with some things. It's cool. It happens. Nerves and anxiety. Oh. Well, Vi, don't forget to take some time for yourself to mentally recoup. You don't want to push yourself too far. I'm not the best advocate for that sort of thing because I'm a hypocrite when it comes to taking care of yourself. Though I do manage to fit it in where I can. Like, I'll try to meditate for like 15-20 minutes a day. Honestly, that's probably kept me from not going insane. Really, it probably has. So, you gotta take at least a couple minutes to just relax, because otherwise you're just gonna lose your shit someday, and you don't want to do that. I gotta change this thing at the top. I'm seeing everybody's posts about Dragon Con, and honestly, I'm very sad about it. I really wish I could have been there this year. Super bummed. Super bummed. But at the same time, I have to like reassure myself I'm being safe, I'm being cautious, I'm not putting people at risk, that sort of thing. So, start uni, I need to go, but what helped today was mowing my grandma's grass. Yeah! See, I see mowing the lawn and stuff like that almost meditative too. Anything that's kind of away from the internet and something that's, I don't know, just like you could do things in nature for sure, gardening and things like that. I totally feel like those are meditative. Anything that, you know, isn't really for a purpose other than joy, you know, that feels meditative to me. Like even riding your bike, I feel like that's meditative. I don't know. A lurky turkey, that's fine, Sophia. I'm happy you're here though. Thank you. But yeah, be a lurky turkey. I like that. Lurky turkey. Oh, that was nice. Sometimes we need to hear from people, you know, even if they're strangers. Sometimes it's gotta be heard. So it seems like raccoons kind of have a brown tail. And then the rest of them is kind of gray. They have some brown bit areas, but for the most part, they're gray. So I'm gonna just do that much, and then work helps. That's good. I actually had a lot of people leave my Patreon this week, so that's very stressful, but at the same time, I almost wonder if there's a reason for that, like people are starting to save up for the holiday season or something. Like, I don't want to say it was like a mass exodus, but it was a little more than I usually get in a month that leave. Because you always have turnover. When you have a Patreon, you have to kind of get used to the fact you're going to have people coming and going all the time. So you learn not to take that sort of thing personally. That's just the nature of the beast. But it made me think, like, well, what's going on recently? Like, why would people be mass leaving, you know? I'm guessing it's because maybe they want to start spending money on fall things, too. You know, that could be. Why not, right? It's fall times. I remember September being cold when I was a kid. You know, and then October's even colder, and then November's, you know, cold too. But the past couple years, it feels like it's been warm through October. And then maybe November gets a little bit colder, and then it just like hits horribly in December. And then you get that frigid cold in January and February. But I don't know, I just remember it being chillier sooner in the Midwest. But maybe that's just me. I always wonder how much of what we remember when we were kids is accurate. Like maybe it had to even do with our physiology, you know, how we're perceiving things. I always wonder about that. Like how accurate are our experiences and memories? That sort of deal. Oh, and yeah, the fact that there's school. Good point, Vi. I didn't even think about that. People probably pulled out Patreon for school, too. Lots of reasons. Lots and lots. Let's do a little bit of this. Makes you look like a priest. That's kind of cool, though. Religious fashion is always in. And what's that about? Might be cute to make this a fall scene. But maybe, God, I'm gonna want to make everything fall in this. Can't exactly do that. I should fight the urge. These are other people's thoughts and feelings and dreams and things, so, you know, maybe I'll just cool it on the fall front for a minute. I always tell myself I shouldn't eat a ton of bad things that I know will make me bloat before a stream. Like the days leading up to a stream, I try not to eat too badly, but since it was Gabe's birthday week, we were eating really bad. Worse than we've eaten in over a year, easily. So I'm a bit filled with water right now in my face and stuff. It's really weird because it's like I don't usually have a double chin, but when I eat the wrong foods, I get one pretty quickly. Especially since now I've gotten this gluten thing and this like milk allergy thing. So I haven't had dairy for a really long time. Like I haven't drank cow milk in years. Cheese, I try not to have much of. Like maybe one thing of it a week, something like that. So I'm practically vegan, like I would say 99% of the time, but every once in a while something sneaks its way in and then I'm like, oh yeah, I can't have that for this reason, and I look at my face. Like, God forbid I have any pizza. But I love pizza. There's this nice place though near us that has like a cauliflower crust pizza, and I have an egg allergy too, so this one I have to like be careful because the cauliflower crust is made with egg, but the eggs hurt me less than the gluten, so I weigh my options. So when we have like a bad food night, it's still not that bad. I get the cauliflower crust pizza, no cheese, and just like black olives and onions on it. So it's just cauliflower crust, pizza sauce, black olives and onions. That's it. And it's not that bad. It's like a really glorified cracker, honestly, So it's not too bad. No, we didn't have any cake, actually. Oh, thank you, Rolo. I appreciate it. Yeah, I used to think cheese is way too good too. I mean, I'm from the Midwest, but after a while, I learned to eat things without it, and going back to it when I do, it, like, I don't miss it. Like, I'll try it and I'll be like, oh yeah, I used to freak out over this, and it's like, but, the only times I actually like it is if I can have some, like, Havarti and some good cheddar on, like, a grilled cheese. Then I'm like, yeah. But if I'm eating a grilled cheese, it usually means it's, like, a special day. Because I'm gonna hurt from that. Pressure parents, basically. He loves women, basically, and priesthood is kind of shit. Very some basic girl compared to his first love, the book is other. Oh. So it is his autobiography, but he didn't like that people reminded him that it was? Is that it? Oh, cute. Cute Cavendish. We also watched Magic Mike the other night while we were working. It was surprisingly fun. It took probably half the movie to gain speed, to get up to a certain point where it was, like, more palatable. Just because for the beginning of it, it was super slow. Like, super, super slow. And I know we're super late to the party as well, but once it got going, it was pretty fun. Basic, but cute. And then we started watching the second one. That one seems cute too. I don't know. You could say we've run out of things to watch, but it happens. A deep maroon, that's cool. Let's see. Also, if that noise is too loud when I put my markers back, let me know. Oh, and on the 18th, that Saturday, I'm going to have a friend on stream. It's one of my friends from back in my Minnesota days, when I grew up in Minnesota. And I was there for 30 years. He was one of my close friends. His name is Mike Medicine Horse. And he's a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. But he does medical animation, like 3D medical animation, which like he basically shows how you animate procedure demos, things like that. So he'll animate what happens when you get an angioplasty or something like that. So that's his job. He's really good at it too. So on the 18th I'll have him on, and he also draws in his spare time, and he's really good at that too. He's a real nice guy. Big into Street Fighter and Capcom games and things like that. So that'll be a good time. Also, I didn't realize I was going to be this low in the video, so let me move that up. Wee. There, that's a bit better. There. Family's from Wisconsin. She's been a food group, having to cut back on it was the first indicator of, oh, you're not young anymore. Yeah, right? Oh man. It's so dumb too. It's like it wasn't out of, like, I eventually wanted to scale back dairy, but it happened really quick when I couldn't handle it anymore. Like, my body can't handle it anymore, and when your body can't handle it anymore, you're like, okay, guess I have to do this now. So, you know, and now it's like, you make peace with it, you find ways around it, that's okay. You deal with it. It's just life. You get older. It's just what happens. I have to grab a different green for the fish. This one will work. Himself was a priest, dropped after 6 years, and was married to a commentary. A simple woman, but she was loyal to him. Oh, he said, I'm sorry for what I did after he died. He's pretty sick. Wow, that sounds like a really tragic story, actually. That sounds really sad. Oh, sad, sad, sad. That's gonna be too blue. I don't even know if I want to do a blue, actually. Khaki color. Yeah, that might work. Usually I want to go lighter in the background, but I think this time I'll go darker. I'll just have to make him stand out a bit more, which is fine. Sorry, I'm hyper focused in this right now. I guess I've been using all this work I have to do anyway as kind of a meditative thing too. Because I mean, if I'm gonna be drawing anyway, you know, might as well make it relaxing while I do it. I know it looks kind of bleh right now. We'll fix it in a minute. Let me get there. World War II was an intellectual when he moved to USA to escape. Became not an intellectual worker, but elevator worker. That sounds sad too. Vi, you're into a lot of like just tragic stuff. That sounds super sad. My goodness. I like movies and books that don't have happy endings, but sometimes when I think about them at a later time, I just get super bummed. Super, super bummed. Hi, Waco! I'm working on a couple patron ATCs and stuff. I'll be coloring this one and this one in a little bit. I showed a couple earlier. Just a few toned ones. Oh, Clark! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm tired. I haven't had coffee and I'm still tired. Semi-autobiographic, because author's mom was schizophrenic and didn't want to get it. Oh, that's sad. Go to bed. Well, here it's 2:45 p.m. So I've got a little bit. What's an ATC? An ATC is an artist trading card. So if you ever see things online about ATCs, they're the size of like TCG cards, like trading card game cards, like Magic, Pokemon, games like that. So they're 2.5 inches by 3.5 inches typically. So artists like myself typically do, you know, things like this. These are my monthly ones, my Clover cards. So these ones actually come with a story on the back. So each one of these, and these ones you can get for being on my Patreon for a while, but these ones are monthly, and then once they're gone, they're gone. You can't get them again. So this was last month's. This month's I should be announcing on Monday or Tuesday. And then the ones I'm doing now, though, like this one, see how it's like the size of an actual trading card? It's like 2.5 by 3.5. I'll end up cutting them out. But these go to my devoted Dandikin patrons, which, like, this one is another one. And then depending on their pledge amount, it's either grayscale or color. And this one too. Sorry, Cavendish. I won't show that one again. I keep forgetting. Naps are wonderful. I do like naps, but I have to stream and I have to work and gotta keep going. I'm awake now, so might as well stay awake. Hi, Thev. They look so cool. Suited has started to do it now. Suited? Who started to do it? I have a lot of friends. If you look on the artist trading card hashtag or ATCs, ATC, ACEO is another name for it, or sketch card. Either way, what's really nice about them, and I have a bunch for sale on my website too. I'll actually throw you a link here so you can see more examples too. Don't feel pressured to buy them or any crap like that. But these are mine, and then my partner Gabe, who had a birthday the other day, he has a shit ton up. So these ones are mine, and then those are Gabe's. So they're at the bottom. So if you click the skip to ATC section, you can see those. But what's nice about them is we were calling them pocket paintings for a while because they're original art that you don't have to pay hundreds of dollars for, right? Like mine span between like 20 and 40 bucks, somewhere in there. So what's cool is if you really get into this, you're collecting a lot of rare stuff from other artists that you're not spending a ton of money on. So you could get like a trading card binder, right? And then fill it with a bunch of 9-slot pages and then just start putting in artists' art, and that's investing, you know, potentially. Taylor, thank you for the follow. Has it always been so round and cute? No, actually I went through a sci-fi and horror phase. Here, these are some other ones. This one has a fun interactive element. If you go on my Instagram, the post that this one's in, I've been doing this fun little role play with anybody who starts, like, who comments on it. It's pretty fun. But this was a squash shop. This is a 4x6, so this is a good deal bigger. 4x6 is technically like double the size of an ATC. And then I usually do a lot more stuff like this, but you can see more of my work. Yeah. ACEO. I always forget what it stands for. It's like something artist. I'm gonna look it up to make sure, but it's like artist collector edition original, I think. Hold on. Art cards, editions, and originals. Close enough. Collector, edition, original, same thing. But they're also called ATCs. Wow, there's actually a Wikipedia for it. Who did this? Oh my god. Check this out. I didn't even know there was a Wikipedia page for it. I bet Gabe didn't even know that. Huh. Hi, Alice. How are you? Hi, Dacia. How you doing? You're welcome, Dev. Okay, so let's see. Oh, and this month's Curious Collector thing, I haven't gotten the official art done yet for that. It should be out next week. But this was last month's. This was the Maisie, which, here's a better picture of that one. And you get stickers. There's a corn here, like a corn cob. And then there's this cute little popcorn. I was going to say pumpkin, so I caught myself. Popcorn. And then this cute little corn kernel. So you get stickers. This is a sticker too. It comes off. Like the bottle comes off. And you get lore and a guardian's gift, which is like a horoscope or a fortune. It's fun. I write it up. It has to do usually with the lore that you get for the collector. But those things are on my Patreon. Labor Day. Watching while dinner is on the grill. Is Labor Day this weekend? It's this Monday, right? Shoot. Monday was going to be my shipping day. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you, Alice. Right? I was so happy with this popcorn. I did so many different iterations of this. I swear to God, it took forever. I was going to actually put the process of this one on Patreon because you can see me redo it over and over and over again. It was really hard to not make it look scary. And like I said, these are nice little stickers. But it took a long time to get to here. Thank you for saying so, by the way, Cavendish. I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. But yeah, it took me a long time. I redid it, It's all over the place. I need to make sure I have a progress shot of this. Okay, I do. I'll take another picture before I get to the next part. I turn all these process things that I take into gifts that I put on my Patreon. Right when my phone dies. Kidding me? Hold on. I think we took out the foam cord we had in here. The 1st of May? Weird. Thank you, Twillo. I appreciate that. Yeah, in America we do things differently. It's true. Okay, this one's gonna be color too. I'm gonna wait to render the other one because I want to take a process pic of that. And if I don't get my cord soon, here, let me see if I can. Hold on, I'm gonna mute this for a minute. Just so you don't hear that. I know you can't hear the music. Give me a minute. Hopefully you can't hear that. Can you hear that? Oh yeah, you can totally hear that. Okay, sorry. Trying to get Gabe to answer this. Sorry. I tried to mute the mic, but it seemed to go through the other way. Oh, wait, I can just yell at him. Hold on. I know. I did that on purpose. Hold on. I'm trying to get a hold of him. Because I was yelling. I don't want you to hear me yelling. This is me being dumb. Alright. Is there still a delay on my voice in the camera? Oh no. Oh, Cavendish. Hi, Fritz. Welcome to the woken world. Oh, thanks, Fricka. I miss you. Tell Helene I said hi. What a call. Thank you. All right. Oh, thank you, Twillo. Say hi to Gabe for me. I will, Fricka. Hi, Kat. How you doing? I thought this one was cute, like they went pumpkin picking together. I don't know. She seems to like this stuff too, so I'm excited to give this to her. 182% ready for fall. Yeah. I am with you. I am with you so hard. Don't even know. I am more than ready. I can't believe how ready I am. It's bad how ready I am. I just hope we get a good amount of cold days. Thank you. Sorry for the... I got my cord. I got lucky. My phone had enough juice to call him so he could see my text. It's so weird that we have to call people for them to see our texts. It's like, I'm not actually gonna, what's the word? Like, you'd think you'd call to tell them, but I called and hang up just so he feels it on his watch, so then he checks his messages. Just got back from Costco. So, you mean you're like overwhelmed from going out? That's another reason I'm scared to go back to doing cons. I feel like my energy and everything is just going to be totally off. Like, it took a couple of years for me to get into that energy state where I knew how to regulate my body to be in like tip-top convention state. So when you're behind the booth and you're alone, like you don't have somebody else to help you with your booth, it can be really difficult. Like, you don't have people to watch your booth for like over an hour or something, which sometimes it takes an hour to go to the bathroom, like to get there, stand in line, just to even pee or anything like that. So I was doing this very bad thing, where I would not drink any liquids for the whole morning, the whole day basically, and then once I got back to my hotel room, I would just pound water like crazy, just pound it. So I would still be hydrated for the next day, but I wouldn't have to use the facilities. And a lot of people do that. There's no time or way to go to the bathroom. And since I had been doing cons so regularly, my body was used to this. And that takes a long time to build that up. And that plus just talking to people again when all I've been doing is streaming for 2 years. I haven't gone out, haven't seen family, friends, nothing. So I'm probably going to be off my game and pretty rusty when I go back to it. The thing that's interesting about streaming for so long and then going and talking to real humans is you have to remember to wait to talk again. Which sounds silly, but when you've just been talking to a camera and filling quiet silence, with your own voice, you get really used to just talking all the time. So a lot of streamers, I feel like, probably have trouble readapting to real conversation. But going into conversations, knowing you have to do that, I think is part of the fixing it. But yes, Alice, they are. They are. Who texts call me? Yeah, it is actually the reverse of that, isn't it? That's funny. It's horrible to do your body, but it's necessary, unfortunately. But at least I'm still rehydrating at the end of the day. That's what I care most about. You would be surprised how many people don't even do that. So many people that have like booths and things at cons, like myself, they will just not drink anything except alcohol or something, or pop or coffee or juice. Like, I make it a strict rule to basically just have water the entire weekend, because you would be so surprised how quickly worn out you get. So you need water again. It's so hard like to keep that going. But it's important for sure to drink the water again. I know it sounds so stupid, but people do it, man. there's so much you can't do when you're at a con booth. It's hard. Alright, let's make their eyes yellow. 6-pack of Pedialyte. Yeah, see, you're smart. You're a good con goer. Megan, you've been doing it as long as I have, if not longer. Like, I used to go to cons when I was 18. I started cons when I was 18. Back in 2004. But I only started actually having a booth in 2016. It was, I think, my first year having a booth. So since doing it this many years, that's how I figured out how to pace like your food, what kind of food to bring to the booth. You don't want anything with onions, garlic, anything huge, anything that you can get your hands dirty with. You want your hands to always be free. You don't want things to get stuck in your teeth. You have to bring 3 kinds of floss. There's all these sorts of things that I ended up figuring out, at least for me. I have really bad teeth, so I need flossers that do all kinds of stuff. Just so you're not talking to a customer and you have lunch on you, you know, that sort of thing. All the drink water talk. I'll let you know if one does, Alice, if I get more space to do them. Right now, what I've been doing with a lot of the Dandikin is this is a 4x6. So, a few of these, like Cavendish, look away. Look away. So usually they're about this big, right? They're the size of a trading card. Typically about that big. And this is the usual thing they get every month. But I've been giving people the option of getting like 4x6s. So that's double the size of an ATC. But they get it every other month. So I have a bunch of people who I owe 4x6s to. So I was even getting to the point of, there's one person I was like, do you want something bigger than that? So I give them a bigger piece since they've been saving up. So technically it eventually grows to be a bigger piece if I take too long getting them stuff. But everybody has the chance to still get ATCs. It just takes me a little bit to get to them. You're welcome, Cavendish. I remembered that time. Thank you, Megan. I'm getting to yours too. This whole week has been getting to people's, so it's hard. It's so hard. Like in full paragraphs, like I'm writing. Yeah, right, Tolo? Oh my god. I feel the same. The D&D Dark Elf Giant Spider Hybrid. Oh, Dark Elves! That reminds me of Icewind Dale books. I used to read those all the time. Oh man, I loved Icewind Dale. Dris Stewart, he was a hottie. I always thought he would look like Dark Link or something. And every time Menzo Berenzin came in the book, I was like, oh my god. That name, like, of that city. Menzo Berenzin. I was like, it's so fun to say. I always had to say it. Did you? Have fun. They're nice and written simply. I'm not going to say R.A. Salvatore's like, oh my god, Tolkien. No, not. But they're fun. They're fun books. They've got a fun world of lore. It's nothing crazy good, but it's definitely not bad. I used to play the games on PC too. Gotta love Baldur's Gate, man. So many good things back in the day. I'm looking at a owl to try to get this coloring kind of there, but I also want to do my own way, so maybe I'll just kind of mix them up a bit. Because I could do that this color, but I don't think I want to do it exactly this color. Let's try to mix them. Oh, yeah. Okay, Cavendish, I gotcha. Well, I'll at least warn you so you have the option to look away. How about that? Yeah, I read them a long time ago. Probably when I was about 15 or 16. I used to have a receptionist job, so it was a really awesome job for a teen because, you know, it was pretty chill. I got to draw a lot. I was good at the job because it wasn't too, you know, too intricate or too intensive in any way. There are times when it was, but not too badly. So I would get to read or, you know, draw, work on my homework, things like that. It's pretty nice. But during that time, that's when I read them. I used to be a pretty big reader before I got too busy to do it, which sucks. Well, it's really weird too, because I feel like once you start writing a lot, you stop reading as much. Like, I definitely write more than I read at this point. So it makes me just think that maybe after a while that's just what happens. Like, you start, you know, your brain starts working differently, and then you start writing things instead of reading things and all that. Wow, something happened to my marker here. Collecting pumpkins. You're welcome, Cavendish. It is my pleasure. What about you all? What was your favorite job that you've had? Or if you haven't had a favorite job, what was the first job you ever had? And how'd you like it? I feel like sometimes your first jobs really define how you feel about working later in life. You know? Like, for a while I was an intern at a law firm too. And I was doing, I was helping the guy that was doing the forensic animations, I guess? Or maybe they weren't forensic. It was like he was recreating what happened for a lot of things. So like if one of the cases was really sad. It was like a van blew up and killed everybody inside, sort of thing. So he had to animate like what went wrong in it. And it was really intricate, really interesting. He really had to know a lot about everything he ended up depicting, which is very commendable. Like, he had to have some, at least, science basis for a lot of things, which was really, really cool. Especially to learn about all that. But I was helping that stuff for a while. I was an intern at a playground design company, so I helped design playgrounds for a while. Did the 3D and stuff for them. Eventually I got to my mobile game job and making games, but I did a bunch of other things before that. I also worked in a kitchen. I've had a good amount of odd jobs, but they haven't been normal. Like, I've never worked in a legit food service role. The food service roles I was in, like the kitchen thing, was in an elderly home. So for those of you who know that I really have a soft spot for the elderly, it's because I've worked with them basically for over 7 years, something like that. So I was a receptionist at a nursing home, and then I worked in the kitchen at the same nursing home. So I had 2 jobs. God, I've always been working myself to the bone. I had 2 jobs there, and then I also had that law firm internship job, and this is all during college. Like, I started when I was 15 being the receptionist there, and then eventually I got the kitchen job. And then when I went to college after high school, I ended up getting that law firm job. So at one point I was working all 3 jobs. And going to college. That was nuts. I feel like I've never rested in my life. I was in a youth center up until it closed. Oh, that's cool. How did you like that? The lighting for a children's summer camp. That was fun. That would be fun. Like the lighting for their plays and stuff, or what kind of things would you get to do? Geriatrics. You know, it's really weird. I never had referred to them as that. I always say elderly, seniors. When I worked there, I'd call them the residents. You know, I had never thought about calling them geriatrics. I don't know why. I don't know why that never even crossed my mind either. That's weird. I don't even think I know the actual, like, definition for a geriatric. Oh, an arts camp. Theater, dance, music, and such. So you were pretty busy a lot of the time. It wasn't like a regular camp where every once in a while they'd do something. It was pretty constant, I'm guessing. But that's definitely one of my buttons. If I hear people, you know, being mean to the elderly or anything like that, I either, depending on the situation, I either bitch them out if I know them, something like that, or, you know, I try to play it cool, but it's really difficult for me to just ignore that. I have a very large soft spot for the elderly. In charge of the center for weeks. It was fun, but so much energy. Couldn't do it these days. Yeah, I can only imagine dealing with all that. Like, even if you had to deal with kids too, like on certain times maybe, that'd be, wow, that'd be nutty. Settled me, so I really appreciate what I had with that job. That's really nice. I'm just keeping an eye on the troublemakers. Oh no! Do you have some fun stories from it? I bet both of you have fun stories about kids. Or some weird stories. Okay, I can take a picture of this one now. I had a fun time though when I was working as a receptionist with the elderly, because a lot of the time if I took a break or something, I would go, and I had certain residents that enjoyed doing the things I did. So like I'd watercolor with a few of them and then just go back to my desk and work after my break, or things like that. Take some outside. Be surprised how often they don't get outside. Things like that. That was one of the most rewarding jobs I've ever had in my life. And if I ever had to go back to, you know, doing regular work, I guess, I think it'd be actually really nice to have that job again. And I feel like that's one of the ones that doesn't matter how old you are, you could still find joy in that. Like even if I was 80 years old myself, and I was there with other 80-year-olds, but I was like the receptionist there, I think that'd be cute because, you know, I could actually talk with them and be a friend. Because so much so, I feel like when you're working in, you know, human-type jobs where you deal with other humans, you know, you can't help but take your work home with you mentally and all that. So my heart goes out to a lot of people that have to deal with other humans, and you know, you learn to care about them, and then you come into work and find out your friend died, stuff like that. Like, it can be really heavy, you know, and you get used to it. And for me, it was a very good job when I was growing up, because it got you used to mortality, it got you used to loss. I suppose that sounds bad, but accustomed to it, at least, you know. And I felt like that was all very valuable. So I'm very, very thankful for that job. Got a lot out of it. Also, I just realized I was doing that on autopilot. Haven't slept good for 2 days. Want to get as much sleep as possible. Do it, Vi. Get that sleep. Take it, grip it, put it in ya. Get to sleep. Thanks for coming. Newt Blanche. People decide not to sleep all night. The little angel snuck out between the doors to light up a spliff. I was not happy. No! Does that mean white night? Like, where you don't sleep all night? White night? It is so sad. Bye-bye! Oh yeah, Cavendish. Sorry to hear. That's not good. I mean, unless you think it was, but... It does mean white knight. Cool. I translated that. But yeah, it is sad, and I always made sure to work on the holidays so that, you know, I could spend time with them. Because, God, that breaks your heart. If you have a grandparent in a nursing home and you don't visit them on holidays and you're able to, I'm watching you. Just know you should be out there with your grandma or your grandpa, because they ain't got anybody. You'd think, oh yeah, they're happy with their nursing home, everything. Not necessarily. Go see your grandma, go see your grandpa. Listen to them and their stories. It makes them so happy just to have somebody listen. And we're all gonna be there someday. Heck, some of us already are. Where you just want someone to listen to you, right? You gotta do it. You gotta, because you'll regret it. They're just alone. It's so similar, and this is going to sound so terrible, but it's so similar to how I feel about when, you know, you leave your pets at home or something like that. It's like all they're thinking about is how you're doing, you know, and where you are, and if you're okay. So the least you can do is care that much back. Give them a call. How you doing, Grandma? How was your day? Bingo for 4 hours? That must have been awesome. You must have had the best time. And I mean, how messed up would it be to be in this place, this final apartment building, let's say, where all your neighbors are dying, you know, on a weekly to monthly basis. And you know you're not leaving that place. Like, there's no leaving it. You just know at some point it's going to be your turn. Like, that's so crazy. We used to, call nursing homes waiting rooms for death. Which basically they are. Unless you're in there for, like, an injury and then you leave again, you know, because some people would come in because they fell and they broke their hip, and, you know, they have to stay to recover for, you know, a month or two, cheaper than the hospital from what I remember. So they do that. But the ones that get put there by families, it's like, can you imagine that? It's kind of like an animal shelter for humans, isn't it? That's right, you take care of them. Exactly, Sophia, you got it. And I mean, it's understandable when you gotta put them in a home, but just remember to not forget about them. That's the sad thing, because they really feel it when it comes, like, holiday time. They feel it. You know, and they know you've got your life and your family and all that. They realize that. But they also really miss you. And you're still their family and all they've got. Just don't forget. It's also one of those things like, God, they are so similar to like animal shelters and things. Because like the people who are the most angry, the most ornery, the most, you know, hard to get along with, honestly, they just need some time and some care, and they open up. It's so weird. Just like dogs. You know, I feel like a lot of bad dogs aren't bad dogs. Typically it's because of the owner. I'd say almost 100% of the time it's the owner's fault that a dog is bad. Oh yeah. So that was the 3rd floor for our facility. We had the 3rd floor was Alzheimer's care and dementia, and that is the hardest thing. They don't know who you are anymore, and honestly, this is gonna sound super cold, but that might be for the better in their case, because then they don't have anyone they know to really miss, because they refresh every couple of minutes. So as tragic as it is, for all involved, it's kind of a blessing in disguise, because they don't feel the pain of loss or anything, because in their mind everyone's still there, everyone's still alive, right? So I mean, depending on how you look at it, but yeah, it's still sad nonetheless, you know. They still get outside, they still remember things. It's crazy what they do remember, because it's one of those things where you get them all into a room, and if you play some music from their era, they'll remember that. They won't necessarily remember, you know, their son or their daughter sometimes, or they'll remember them to a certain age and then not past that. So if you bring in like their grandson or daughter, they might see that as their son or daughter. And that's happened a few times, you know, where it's just like this little version of my family is my son or my daughter, but they do remember things from, you know, their era. It's incredible, really, what they do remember. Really, really interesting. But it is different per person too. Oh, I'm sorry, Thev. Yeah, it is tough. It is very tough. Many hugs. To those of you feeling it, many hugs. I didn't mean to get so heavy today, but, you know. Yeah, you can bring them home for visits and holidays. You still can. You gotta check them out typically so that they know, the facility knows they didn't just walk away. But usually you can check them out. Hi, Namefuls. How are you? I'll switch gears too. Sorry for the heaviness, but it's important to me. That's one of the things I'm passionate about. It's taking care of your elders. And I know it can be a very touchy thing depending on what people are going through, but we're getting close to the holidays, and I do think it's important. Call your grandma. You know, talk about it. Let me see. I gotta figure out what color I want to use. I don't know if I want to make these bushes yellow. I think I'm gonna make them green. I'm good. We're working on some things I owe my patrons today. I cannot for the life of me think of, do bushes' leaves change color? Like trees do? Why am I'm oh my god, I'm totally blanking on this. Right? Tone paper is like my main thing. Let me see if I can find you what we did last week. Here. This was on last week's stream. We did a little squash shack, squash shop, hut, shop, store. I think I was saying squash shop. It's really hard not to say, because it's squash shop. Otherwise you put it together and it's squash shop. Squash shop. Thank you. I was thinking about making that one of my Clover cards for my Patreon, but agreed, Twillo. I agree. It's a very sad truth, but one we can help a bit, you know? Kitty paws. Fun for all. Oh, cute. What are you going to do with them, Cavendish? You're just going to paw Fritz with them? Kind of want the sky to be gray, but I don't want to make it like too dreary. I guess I could make it bright yellow, like it's a sunny day. Maybe we could do that. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, did you, Cat? Good. Which one did I send you? Oh, the tower, the water tower thingy. Oh, I'm so glad you like it. Thank you for getting that one. It was fun. I like that one a lot. I still have a lot of originals for sale on my site, so if anybody wants some, go to cloverkin.com/shop or just cloverkin.com. You'll see the button on the side. And go check out what I've got available. I've got things at all price ranges, so that's the nice thing. Or if you want to get something fun every month that's got some lore attached to it, check out my Patreon. There we go. I have so many fond memories, though, of my time working in the nursing home. I worked with so many wonderful people, too. Healthcare workers in nursing homes are some of the most amazing people. I was very lucky. Lucky I got to meet and interact with the people I did. They helped shape me because I was there at a time in my life that I was very moldable still. So I think putting myself in a situation like that and working with people that had that mindset of just being so compassionate and everything, I think that made the difference. Especially as a teenager when so many, around you are so angry and everything. It really made it a lot better to get through my teenage years. Oh no. What am I gonna do with them? No, the squash shop got bought, I think the day after. But I was thinking about doing that one as a Clover card. Where is my water? Oh. What do you think? Should I do it as a Clover card? If I felt safe going to cons, yeah, I could understand. Oh, you're welcome, Nameful. I just was a receptionist. I wasn't a nursing aide or anything. Those people are the real. Seriously. My dad was a nurse, my mom was a nurse. They made actual differences. Twilla you wanted as a card? I could probably do that. I was gonna do some toned ones for Clover cards anyway for the fall season, so I guess that would be pretty good. And honestly, doing that little role play with you guys on the Instagram post helped me think of a little bit of lore behind it too. So I'll probably end up using that with the story I write for it. It looks so good with your little house. Oh, good, cat. Oh, good. Yeah, definite thanks for their services. They've done a lot. Like, everybody who works in healthcare is amazing. I will always think that. You get people once in a while who do weird things, but you're gonna have people doing weird things everywhere. So, I think... Alright, I'm gonna make the grass a different color, but I think for the bushes we're gonna go the same color as the trees. I'm gonna make this more of a monochromatic palette. I think she'll like that. And I'm gonna blend the foreground with the background. I was just a receptionist. I was like important but not important, if you know what I mean. It's like it's important but it's not. To connect people and all that, that's important, but what I really did as a job, not as important. When I spent time with all the residents during my job and like on my breaks, that was important. But my actual job, not as important. And definitely not as important as like actual people who are doing nursing work. That's important. We'll use a brighter color here. And we'll mash the foreground with the background. Mash it. You love the story of the snake card? Yes! You know, no one is telling me how they like the stories on the Clover card, so I have no idea. That is actually the first that I've heard, that I can at least remember, of somebody telling me how they like the story. So thank you, Kat. I'm glad. That was probably the second saddest one I've done. The saddest one I did was the one for that windmill. Back in, I think, March. That might have been one of the saddest I've ever written, ever. Yeah, I think that really actually was. But I'm glad you like the snake card. I wanted to make that one a little bit tragic. But in like... I don't even know how... It is tragic, because it's more sad, like he can't help it. Sad. When was the last time you checked your mail, Alice? I think I sent it... God, when did I send it? Well, if Kat got it, Kat's in Canada. You should have got it. I mean, unless you haven't checked it in a couple weeks or something. Really, Kat? Oh, I'm so glad. I love that you take time to actually read them. Thank you, Alice. You too. Thank you for taking time for them. Oh. Really, Kat? The receptionist? Really? It does help, at least for them to... The biggest thing that helped me be a better receptionist was to honestly start memorizing the extensions. That helped so much, because then I could get people to where they needed to be, because sometimes you'd be called by like a hospital, sometimes you'd be called by, you know, a funeral home, and they need answers pretty quickly, and sometimes you gotta... There are a number of times I had to get up and run because there was something wrong with the phones or whatever, and I had to do a bunch of things on foot. But that was also back in the day, so maybe things are different now. But we had to deal with maintenance and the kitchen and nursing floors and different things, a whole bunch of stuff. I liked it because it was never the same. It was always something. And I enjoy things like that. Different daily challenges, you know. Do they really? Oh. Oh, that means so much. I try so hard to do that. I'm excited for all these things that I've been writing too, because I know when I finally get to sit down and finalize all the stories that I've got that I've been trying to write for a long time, this is really going to help me, because I'll have never been rusty. You know, I'll get back into it immediately, so I'm really excited about that. It's important to me. And that's part of the reason I have all these writing heavy tiers, is because right now, with all the commissions I have to finish, I'm not able to do the writing and the illustrating of my books that I want to do. So the best thing I can do is to stay sharp with that and to be working on, you know, the things I've got. Oh, this will be the accent color. I know usually I say I'm going to work on things that I can sell during the streams, but like I said, I also like to work on the stuff I need to get out to people too. So I'm hoping a lot of the Standican stuff will get sent out next week. I really wish I could just shut down my Patreon for a month and catch up, but things are so hard right now that I still really need to have it active, so it's been rough. Anyone working at homestay? I agree with you, Thev. Thanks to anybody who works with humans of any kind, and animals, but to work with humans is something on a whole different level. What do you do with your big pieces? Do they become prints? Where do you sell the originals? The originals I sell on my website. So for the ones that I've had prints of, that I do my prints of, I put them on my actual website, because the thing with that is anything that takes a long time to move or to sell, I put on my website. Because Etsy charges you for how long it's up on Etsy, right? So the things that are on my Etsy are things that typically move faster or sell often, right? So stickers, prints, the commissions, all those sorts of things I like to put up on Etsy, because then they get traffic and all those sorts of things. The originals, though, since there's only one of those, I end up paying more to have it on Etsy than I would just have it on my website. So it gets a little confusing. So depending on, like, if you're like, oh, Ashley, where do I buy your pins? Well, pins are kind of one of those kitschy merch things, right? So they're probably on my Etsy. If it's something more specific and special, like my Guardians, those are on my site. So yeah, I know it's kind of confusing. Really it is. But there's a couple things I have to get rid of that have sold. These ones are my cheapest originals right now that aren't ATCs. These two, this one with the goose, and then this one with the kitty. Kitty's $38, the goose is $43, and that includes shipping. So I still have to cut the edges off. Clark is no longer interested in sitting on my feet or a panini from Cafe. So Clark is in the chair trying to steal a sandwich. Oh, cute. Oh, namefuls, I forgot what we were talking about. But regardless, thank you for your sentiments. I appreciate that. I'm not in a bad place life-wise. I can't really complain at all, except for the fact that, you know, unemployment's running out, like, meaning they're not re-upping unemployment for people affected by the pandemic in their jobs. So that sucks. But I mean, we're comfortable. I can't really complain. We're not at a scary point yet, and we have a lot of plan B, C, D, whatever. We have a few things up our sleeve, so I don't know. Even if I did have things to complain about, I honestly wouldn't. I try not to complain as much as possible because I don't see the point of it. But what I have seen is that the internet loves people who complain, whether it be on video or like on Twitter. Like, it loves to see people complain, and I can't do that. I can't post a post about myself or complaining without feeling really icky. Like, I don't know why I can't do that anymore, but I can't do it. I find it the hardest thing in the world to post a selfie. I don't have low self-esteem. I just don't see the point of it. For me. Like, this is just me. And it might be because I'm, like, I guess I'm a millennial, but I'm like an older millennial. I'm the last of the street kids. I know I've been referred to as that. Like, I grew up with both computers and internet, but also I was in the era before that. So I've got this very weird window where I grew up with technology, like from 11 on, like kids do now, but before that there was nothing. So it's really weird. More venting. Yeah, and I've heard though that venting is just the complaining thing and venting thing. They're very similar, from what I understand, because I was reading about why people complain, and what sucks is the people that complain to complain, because complaining is different than venting. I feel complaining, you don't want to actually make a motion to fix your situation when you can, so you're basically just bitching, right? So the people that complain a lot, that can fix their situation but don't, they're just further getting more and more miserable because they just keep reliving the same anguish by explaining it again and complaining again. And they're usually the people that'll complain to like multiple people about the same thing. And then sometimes they'll come back to you and be like, I don't know if I talked to you about this yet, blah, 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 and like that sort of thing. So they just keep rehashing the same negativity, and it just bogs them down. They just feel terrible. So every time they're venting or like complaining about it, they're reliving that terrible feeling. So this thing was saying not to bottle it up necessarily, but to just think about it. Like, do you need to verbally talk about it? Because that's just going to put you back in that space again. And to just move on instead, or to just fix your situation if you can. If it's one of those things like the pandemic where we can't really do anything about it, talking about it in a more positively spun way will help you. And I'm not saying like toxic positivity, that's different. That's like lying to yourself. But being so level about it, where you're understanding what's happening, and what's happening to you is what's happening to everybody, but not getting too disrupted by it. Think of the things you can do to make yourself happy, because we can't help this situation. We can't fix this situation ourselves. We can do what we can on our little minuscule level, but outside of that, it's up to everybody to do their part. And once we think about that, sometimes we get bogged down. We're like, oh my God, we're never going to be out of this, blah, blah, blah. But you can't really stay there. Don't stay there. It's a dark place there. So bring yourself back up and be like, I'm doing my part, going about my life, doing what I can. That's all I can do. Just do the best you can. That's really all you can do. Yeah, we're usually called Gen X, but there's also, like, I always get it confused on if millennials or Gen X is millennial, right? Oh my God, I get so confused by these. Somebody said people over their 20s are just like they talk different, and they're really weird, and they're really aggressive. I'm like, I'm 35. I'm not that bad. Like, they were talking about us like we were boomers or something. I'm like, no. I'm not a Karen. Like, I don't complain to people's manager. Like, I don't do that. It's, oh. Okay, millennials are Gen Y. Okay. I was in 86. So. And it's more weird because Gabe is technically 1980. And so he's on the cusp of that, the Gen X one. And millennial, but he acts and is mentally more like a millennial. It's really weird, and all his friends have always been like 5 years younger than him, so it's like he tricked himself into being younger, which is really interesting. Yeah, I'm not a Karen. I don't do that stuff, man. I do not complain. Like, it's one of those things, like, I don't want to bring people down. I don't publicly complain about things if I can help it. Like, I just don't want to do things publicly that don't help anybody. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I want my Twitter to be a happy place. I don't want it to be just... I feel like people go on Twitter just to start fights and complain, and I'm like, oh my god. Every time I go on Twitter, it's like this mental load you take on. It's really, really weird. But maybe that's because people who have like 9-to-5s and stuff like to go on to Twitter to talk about things that they're upset about. Does that sound right to those of you who might frequent Twitter more? Can you weigh in on that? Like, is that what that's about? He's a cusper? Be someone I'm not. Well, that's the other thing too. I know the thing to do, the popular thing to do is to like go on rants and stuff and talk about what you're upset with online and to show your face as much as possible. Those people get a lot more exposure and things like that. People share their stuff and everything. I don't look like this all the time. Like, I'm wearing makeup right now. I don't like to wear makeup. I usually have a lot of acne and scars and things like that, and I just don't want to talk about things I'm not happy with while I look like that. And even when I do look better, I don't want to talk about bad things like that. I just don't see the point, you know? Like, I try to spend so much of my time thinking of things that are helpful, because otherwise you ruminate, and ruminating is, oh my god. If you've ever ruminated, it's the worst feeling in the world. It's a literal downward spiral. You know, you can't... Usually you need something to bring you out of that. Because usually if you get in there yourself, you have the hardest time getting out. I could see that, Cavendish. They feed you more rage stuff and things like that. Ugh. Can't even. And Kat, you're doing a great job. I'm so glad you did that post the other day to spread more joy with like other people's accounts and things. That was really good. That was really good. Thank you, Nameful. I try. I mean, I get down and stuff, and I'm not saying I don't complain, but if I do, it's on a personal level, like with me and Gabe. I'll talk to him about stuff. But if you have a platform and you're talking about things, you know, and it's hard because when you have a platform, it is your voice. And you should be able to talk about stuff, but you also have a business, but you also have to talk about stuff that's important. But some people come to your place to not hear about the important stuff. So there's a balance there that's really difficult. So the smartest thing I think I've changed in my 6 years of streaming now is to typically stay really surface unless I'm asked something very specific about how I feel on something. That's when I'll bring in what I need to talk about, what I think of something. Otherwise, I won't usually bring that up. I'll talk about the weather and things like that, or just art in general. I'm lucky that I can talk about the art in general. But most of the time, I'm not going to usually talk about anything too deep. Unless it's the elderly. That, I feel, isn't up for debate. But typically I won't talk about things unless I'm asked about them. And I feel like that's typically a good mindset. I feel like it's a safe mindset to have, where, you're not just projecting your thoughts and starting arguments and being too close-minded about things. I feel like people who are projecting their views too often might be wanting that response. They might be inviting that response, right? So a lot of the time there have been people too that I know who do that I've had to mute their accounts and things, because I know they're egging you on. They're trying to get at you. It's like a reverse troll. You know how trolls go after things? This is like a reverse troll, where they want you to come to them, so they can defend their sides and things. And it gets really messes with your head, like social media, Anyway. Yeah, Cavendish, your Twitter's a nice spot too. Why did Cavendish choose the name Cavendish when it is the inferior banana? Oh no, I feel like that's going to start something. It's good to share things and have a conversation when I try to stop when it's unproductive. And that's the hard part, Kat. Yeah, it's hard to see when something's become unproductive versus when it's become just differing views that can't be disassembled and rebuilt. That's a hard thing to notice. Oh, thank you, Nameful. Streaming has been fun for me. I really enjoy it because it's something I can do while I'm working on other stuff. I honestly really wish I had the time to devote to my YouTube and to do more time lapses and things like that, but once I get all these things caught up, I'll be able to do that. I'll be able to do my stories. I'm excited for that. I live for that. How do you feel about Avenger's Endgame movie? Indifferent, Sophia. I'm pretty whatever about it. I like tobacco pipes. I want a pretentious, aristocratic sounding name for my fox persona, so I picked Cavendish in reference to the pipe tobacco. You're a banana, and I googled my name and thought I ought to. That's gonna happen no matter what name you choose for anything. I thought I was safe with Cloverkin, because my previous name was stupid, and I was like, this isn't helping anybody, so I got Cloverkin. Well, I thought I had synthesized the name from kin and clover, and I was like, oh, family of the clover, that's cool, I like that. Lo and behold, it's a 4chan thing, and apparently it was a negative thing a while back. Some things you can't help. So it seems like a very small amount of people that know what that is. So I'm happy about that, but I have gotten people at cons that come up to me and be like, do you know your name in this whole thing? I'm like, yeah, I know. But I mean, the nice thing about it is it's one of those things where the more you use it, the more the other stuff gets buried, right? So hopefully I can replace that in time. But for the most part, I'm pretty safe. A lot of people don't know about it. So I did get lucky there. But yeah, it's important to Google your name before you choose it. But at the same time, if you really like it, take it. Who knows? I have another friend whose art name is also taken by somebody who does a ton of porn, and they don't do porn, but this person does. So if you Google their name, it's like, oh no. That's a little bit more unsafe for their brand if that's not what they're doing. It'd be the same as if, your brand was like bringing up sports equipment or something, and, anybody trying to get to your art that can't get to your art with your name, it's a little bit harder to do. So always Google before choosing and making peace with your demons. That's where Winnie the Pooh. Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. I'm glad it reminds you of that. I discovered a lot of my favorite artists super late, so I'm glad none of them quit before I could. I'm glad they haven't quit either, Nameful. If it's in them, if it's in their blood, they're going to be doing it for a long time. And yeah, usually I do, watercolor on here too. It's either watercolor or markers lately. So you'll get one or the other. I can guarantee you that. Twitter is a terrible place for conversation. I agree. Because you can't have a meaningful conversation, I feel like, in 140 some characters. And I know they've exploded it a bit more, but the way that it's actually set up to have like a conversation in a thread, it's meant to like really F with your brain. Because you'll be replying to somebody's tweet while they're replying to one of yours, and then eventually you're going back and forth and you're both in different spots in the conversation. And it's just meant to further agitate you. And if you're both typing furiously, it ends up being total miscommunication on purpose. It's bad. So if anything, if you know you're going to have it out with somebody, take it to the DMs. And, wait till they're done typing, then you type, because otherwise it's just not going to get done. Because Twitter's not the place for that. I totally agree, Kat. It's hard. Oh, pipe tobacco, yeah. Didn't know it was about a banana. See, somebody learned something today. Everybody learned something today. It can't be avoided, especially on the internet. Like, since everybody who exists basically on the internet is a brand now, some people are just like, oh, whatever, I'm just on there to post pictures of my stuff. But if you're someone trying to make a brand, like myself, you have to be cognizant of that. Because if you take it on, you're taking on all those things, and it's not by any fault of your own. And even if you love the name like crazy, it could be tainted with something else. Think of the name Karen. I try not to use the term Karen. Like earlier when I used it, it's like, I hate that that's a thing. I don't even like saying boomer because it's generalizing, it's blanketing, it's hurting, it's a stereotype. I don't like doing it. But when I was saying it earlier, I was saying it as a point. I don't feel like that, but I would never call someone a Karen. I don't feel like that's right. That seems so mean, and I don't like that. But it's that sort of thing, where you're taking on these whatever's already established on the internet, right? The internet is our God now, so it's so unfair. Karens were safe until a couple years ago, and then all of a sudden everybody named Karen. So, do you think they want to rebrand? I'm sure they do. So it wasn't, anything to do with them. Not all Karens are bad. But how much you want to bet everybody named Karen got some kind of razzing after that happened, That's very true, Cavendish. That's a very good trick. Just the stop and think method. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah. See, and the fact that you're nameful, you're trying to defend the Karen, you shouldn't have to do that. That's just her name. Think if it was your name. I feel like there are two things that the internet has totally forgotten, and it's the treat others like you'd want to be treated, and if you can't say something nice, don't say it at all, sort of thing. And it's just like, oh my God. It's just bad, poor Karens. We shouldn't be generalizing any group by how good or bad they are. I mean, unless they're Nazis. I gotta say, that's probably about 100% there. But, you know what I mean. No baby has been named Karen. Isn't that sad? That's a good point, Waco. It's a pretty name. I feel like Carol has the same connotations because of characters named Carol now. I mean, books and things can ruin it, but now that the internet is kind of our go-to for anything pop culture or whatever, it's a lot more obvious to see the things to avoid, I guess, They don't deserve it, no. Carol, Karen, Susan, Becky. Good point, Troop. Let's talk about Becky. Poor Becky. Sir Mix-a-Lot really ruined it for Becky back in the day. Like, it's always something, you know? Or Chads. Have you heard this? Somebody calling somebody else a Chad? Like a total Chad? Like, this doesn't feel right, calling people these things. Like, from what I understand with Chads, they're like buff, gym goer, small brain sort of Neanderthal guys. Like, that's what that's supposed to mean. It's like, poor Chads. I'm sure there are Chads that are like, you know, computer nerds that are really cute and adorable. You know, don't blanket things. Ugh. What's barbecue Becky? Oh, and then I suppose there's Beyonce Becky, too. Becky with the good hair, right? So Becky has been repeatedly assaulted as a name. Like, Sir Mix-a-Lot's one was, oh my god, Becky, look at her butt. It is so big. Whatever, that one. And then I didn't know about the barbecue Becky. I didn't know about that one. Well, I guess, well, even if you call her Rebecca now there's still Rebecca Black, who did Friday, so she's so weird. Yeah, but the point is that it's a stereotype, Nick. Like, that's the thing that sucks. It's like we've made new harmful stereotypes via the internet. And it's like using them is perpetuating the pain, you know? Ruin the association. Yeah, that's a good point, Cavendish. Your goose is cooked. Yeah, think if it was your name. I started hating it when the popular girls in movies, I think in the 2000s, they were Ashleys. And it was like, oh my god, that Ashley is so, and like, they're always mean. And I was like, oh my god, oh, everybody's gonna think I'm mean and entitled and terrible. And oh, when it was my name, I hated that. I hated it. It's an awful feeling. So back to the start, I can't even imagine how Karens feel. So I try not to use it. At least not in that way. So it's just making it easier to talk badly about someone. Like, it's a slur of a sort, you know? Oh, really, Steve? I don't remember that. That sucks, though. Steve, did you get the whisper I sent you a couple, like, last week? I think it was last week. Heckin' Steve, really? Yeah, maybe Steve from Minecraft helped, Steve. Did you do anything about that when that happened? Did you go by Steven for a while, or, you know? Hard to pronounce name. Problem solved. There you go. Well, I'm glad it didn't become a Karen situation, Steve. 'Cause, yeah. That would suck so bad. Until you had to develop a brand, right? And then you're stuck in it. Thank your mom and dad. It's kind of the big time equivalent to being teased in school, isn't it? Like when somebody would make a rhyme associated with your name and bully you about it. This is kind of the big time version of that, I guess. You know? Oh, it was on TV. I see. Peter Parker. Oh, that would get old pretty quick. I'm sorry, Parker. Like, we were watching an episode of The Simpsons during lunch today, and this kid's name was Gavin, and his sister's name was, I'm not sharing with Caitlin. It was Caitlin, and it's like they're trying to get at a very specific feeling of the viewer towards these kids, because they were so. It was the episode when Bart stole the video game, and he's like, you better get two, because I'm not sharing with Caitlin. So it's making both these names sound so entitled and so rich, we've first world problems sort of thing. It's interesting. I don't know if that ever caught on, Gavin and Caitlin, but I could see that, Alice, yeah. Exactly, Cavendish, and that's what I'm talking about. So, like, when I was younger, and this is gonna pull some heartstrings, I'm sure. I was a little girl. I was very odd, I guess, in a way. Like, I was very cute in a very nerdy way. I have big glasses. I still got big glasses. Long hair, similar to this. But really awkward, cute. I was still a little, but not, not outwardly. But I also had a rash on my face. I had eczema all over my face, which sucked going to puberty, because then I'd have eczema and acne. But when I was in middle school, I had it all over my face. Very sad, very painful, right? I had it all over. And God bless them, the kids nickname me, and this is really smart. I'll give them total credit for this, but they nicknamed me Rashly. That's really clever, though. Like, for middle schoolers, I gotta give them credit for that. But man, it hurt. It hurt, and it stuck for a long time until the rash actually went away. It didn't really go away; it just changed where it was. But that was scarring in more ways than one. And then eventually, because I had really long hair, and I'm talking like past my butt, they called me Marsha Brady. And I'd be walking, Marsha, or whatever, because I had never watched the Brady Bunch. But apparently, because my hair swooshed when I walked, they thought that was fun to talk about. I don't know. It was really weird. I got teased for a lot of things. Yeah, they were always so cruel. It's okay, don't worry about it. Like, it's just, that's, middle schoolers are middle schoolers. They're lashing out their insecurities on others, right? But from where I'm at now, that feels like the type of cleverness that someone would write into a YA novel. Like, I got it, and I've spun it over the years to be, at least, that's impressive. Like, in my opinion, that was pretty impressive of them. That's good writing. But yeah, it was crappy, but I couldn't do anything about it. And I knew it, and that at the time it was like, well, I can kind of own it, I guess. But I mean, what are you gonna do? They're gonna do their thing. You got to figure out how to. You can't control what they do. You can only control how you react about it, right? And I'm proud of myself for knowing that then, because you'd cry about it, but then what else can you do? You can tell them you're upset about it, and then from that point on, whatever they do from there, that's on them. It sucked, but children are monsters. They're all hiding. But I'm just kidding, they're not monsters. Watching the Brady Bunch makes them losers. Oh no! Oh, you're welcome, Steve. So I didn't want to go into all that on your stream, or my stream, obviously, but those were the reasons that I decided not to do the backlog. And hopefully that helps. There's a lot of things that are like Patreon best practice sorts of things and things I've learned doing it over the years now, that some things are worth the trouble, some things aren't, you know. So I just thought I'd just dump it all on you. You can take what you want from it. If it helps, cool. If it doesn't, whatever. I just want to put it out there. Children are monsters. Oh no. Yeah, and I mean, you can blame parents, but it's the same thing as like, you know, animals and all that, and bad dogs are usually because of bad owners, but there's some things I feel like parents do that, like, you know, kids interpret differently because of their age or something, and, you know, you wonder, sometimes I wonder if any of the trauma I went through from my parents was as bad as I thought it was, and that might be just me gaslighting me, I don't know. But I also realize that, you know, you have a different perspective when you're a kid too, so sometimes it's like you don't even know, like, is what I said to that kid gonna be scarring, or like, was that just normal? Like, I always wonder that, just in general. Like, when will it be felt harder than it was meant to? You know? Stuff like that. I think too much about how people think. Oh, wow. There you go, Simon. Yeah, but I also, I mean, I recognize that it probably was trauma, like 100%, but at the same time, I do wonder about the difference of feeling something as a kid and feeling it as an adult, and how we interpret things. Similar to, in like cartoons, when something is like blown out of proportion and exaggerated, like, is it just because we haven't felt these things before that they're so amplified, you know? I always wonder about that. It's not that I'm trying to deny, like, I've got darkness, I've faced it, I've got that, but it's like, you know, whatever. I don't want to stay in that space. But I also like to think about how your age and your experience can really change your views. You know, I always wonder about that. And what's blanketed versus what's on a person by person basis. You know, the nature versus nurture in that respect. Have to work a lot when it comes to managing business. She believes we're capable a lot more, I think, especially with the kids. Yeah, that'd be a lot to take in for sure, Steve. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Or like when AOL and everything was around when I was a kid, and you just, you know, chat rooms were suddenly a cool thing, and, you know, you're an 11 or 12-year-old and you're talking to people, and the big thing during our time wasn't like cyberbullying or anything like that. It was avoiding predators, you know, and giving them your phone number, your full name, and things like that. Now, you can put your full name and everything on the internet, and it's not a big deal for some reason. I don't know why, but back then it was like a huge deal because people were actually using it, you know? So it's scary. Or it was scary too, because, you know, the chat rooms, and it was such a new technology and people weren't sure what to do with it, and, you know, kids were disappearing and things like that. Like, it was dark. And then, you know, you'd wonder whether your internet friends are real back then. Now it's a lot different being able to tell who's real and who's not. It's, dare I say, easier. But even I got kind of catfished with, when it came to this girl that was online that I thought was my friend. Like, she one day just totally changed, was different, whatever. And that stuck with me. I remember that, but it was so strange because she was just a friend. Like, we just talked normal stuff all the time. So having like an internet art buddy that just suddenly wasn't that anymore was really weird. Because it's not like a relationship catfish or something like that. It was like just a friendship catfish. That was weird. That I can't even explain, really. It was just a strange thing. But yeah, when the internet was new and fresh, that was scary. No one knew anything of what was going to happen. And when email was actually exciting, that's funny too. Or like you'd get spam email and you'd be surprised. Like the whole, you've got mail. And you're like, oh my god, I do? Whoa. I guess the equivalent would be if you downloaded like some sort of app or something that has in-app messaging, and you all of a sudden would get like a message from someone you know in there, and you're like, oh my god, I didn't know they had this. That was a similar feeling to when you'd get email on like AOL. It's so weird, so different. I don't know. Oh yeah, ASL, for sure. That your full name's out on the art station, really? Jeez. Oh no. But you can take care of yourself now. Yeah, Troop, I could totally see that, the balancing thing. It is interesting, and like actually weighing your experience with others too. That seems to be a really good place to start when you aren't sure if it was, just a blown out proportion, or, if that was actually bad, Yes, Alice. I have never agreed with something more in my life, that there's an oversaturation of everything on the internet now. It is, like, especially art, it is so tough because you have to, as an artist, it's like you want to keep getting better and you want to keep gaining people, but at the same time you don't, because you're an artist and you don't want that. But like, we have to be content with the communities we make, because everybody's got such different art that you can't actually compete with each other. It's basically impossible. From an art perspective, you can't, because it's literally like fruits, vegetables, comparing all that stuff. Everything's different. There's no real comparing when it comes to art, because it's all about taste. It's all about preference. And yeah, there are some things where it's like, oh yeah, no, this is top tier, whatever, they've got really good anatomy. There's that. But that goes out the window when it comes to just people's preferences, right? So art is really weird, because a lot of artists tend to compare, but then we need to bring ourselves back down to earth and be like, okay, well, it's okay that we're not there, because we've got, our little community. And that's when the oversaturation thing kind of comes back down to being reality and being like, well, what do I have as an artist myself right now? Like, that sort of thing. It's a lot, again, balancing and being like, I want to be there, but I'm here. What's good about here? And, because a lot of my friends, I'll be honest, are way past me in like followers and I don't know, like just where they're at, like in terms of their art being known and stuff. And I don't really crave that at all. Like I don't want that, because that comes with its own problems, right? Like I still really enjoy having a con table. I don't necessarily want a con booth, because there's a lot that goes with that. You need to bring all that stuff with you. I've known friends who have used trains to load their stuff onto pallets to bring to a convention. I don't want to deal with that. Ever. Really. Like, and who knows, maybe at some point, if I get to that point, I'll have people doing it for me or something and I won't have to think about it. But right now, I don't want to deal with anything like that. That's above my pay grade. Literally. As long as I'm comfortable, I'm okay. And I don't typically need much, you know. Oh, thank you, Nameful. I'll try to smudge some more in a minute. On Gaia released an exploding popularity. Could have gotten some real trouble there too. Really? Gaia? EverQuest was another one that was big when I was in high school. That was crazy too. Yeah, when MMOs started coming out, not just the internet, but when MMOs hit, that was a whole nother bag of worms. Yeah, Kat, that's a really good point too, that the whole everybody's a celebrity thing in their little, their little realm, which that's cool. That's really cool, because then, you're putting yourself out there a little bit, and you give a little of your personality, you give a little of your art, and then if people like both, there you go, I don't know. You keep them there. A lot of artists because I like them a lot with their art, not just their art alone. And, Nameful, I appreciate that, first of all. Second of all, it's interesting because how does someone feel nowadays when you find out the artist or musician or whatever you follow, even an actor, in real life is a piece of crap? Like, if they're an ass, do you stop, like, supporting them 100%? Or, like, what do you... Because I read this thing about the idea of fandom recently, and that fandom, the term itself, is turning out to be a very negative thing. You'd think it'd be a good thing, but apparently people would rather go by eras of someone. Like, before they knew they were a terrible person or something, they're like, oh, I liked, this era of them, but after this point, I didn't, Like, do you want to support their work still? Or, because I have a couple people that I know that have just burned bridge after bridge in the art community, and some of you may even know one of them I'm talking about, but, like, what do you do about that nowadays? Because I feel like your online presence is your brand as well as your work. So once one of those starts falling, like, I almost think that if their work started failing and they were still a good person, I'd probably still support them. But if they started failing and their work even got better and they started being a jerk, I don't think I'd support them. Like, I've unfriended a few of my friends who did that. Like, their priorities got messed up. They started, going in really bad ways. So, what do you do? Like, do you disassociate the art from the artist, or do you just lump them together and toss it? See, and I feel like that happened, you mentioned R. Kelly, and I feel like that happened with Michael Jackson for a while too. But then, it's almost like that, Michael Jackson almost to me felt like the beginning of cancel culture. So for a while he was like, oh, you don't want to touch that. But now we're back to this point where people almost have gotten past that or something, and they still look at him in an idyllic way. Where he's still an icon, and it doesn't matter. So I'm curious about that. Like, it's like time does really heal everything. Like, there's this big blow up about Noah Bradley a while back. I never knew him personally or anything like that, but there was that big thing online about him, and he had put up a thing recently, and I kind of kept up loosely with it. But he had put up a thing recently about what it was like to get canceled and the way back up, and it seems like time heals everything, even if you got canceled. Like, eventually you could come back from it. Same with One Fantastic Week, that whole thing. Because new people find it, they don't know anything about the history, and all of a sudden they're big again. That sort of thing. So, and then the people that were, canceling them at the time, that they'd have to re-cancel all over again to bring it up, and that makes them look bad. So they can't exactly do that, like, in a way that's productive. So it gets really difficult. Like, do Do you then ruin your current how you look to bring that thing down again? Or what do you do? You know, so that's another reason I never want to be big. Any of that could happen to me. I don't want any of that to happen to me. Who knows? Because there are some people that make up stories in their heads too. Like, we recently had somebody do this, where they were talking to a friend of ours, and they were talking so badly about us, and we were like, where are you getting any of this? And we remembered them being in the chat and talking to us about their like psychological past and everything, and we're very compassionate and considerate towards that. But at the same time, if that turns on you somehow, regardless even of your own actions, somebody could take that upon themselves, and that's their crusade or something. You know what I mean? I'm gonna check out the chat. You have to think about it more. Yeah, it's a big moral, ethical thing, isn't it? Oh no, Sophia, they thought you were drunk? Weird. See, that might have been one of those situations where he had something for you and you weren't reciprocating, and maybe he was lashing out negatively to bring you down because you weren't giving him the time of day or something. Like, that's scary. That is really scary. Are you serious, Alice? Oh my God. I'm sorry that happened to you. That makes me mad. I almost want to know who that is. Yeah, in Cat, that's hard because a lot of I think it was 2020, where a lot of artists just started getting canceled after canceled after canceled because all these sexual assault and harassment allegations came forward about them. And, you know, I think it's good that all came out and that, you know, they were made light of it. Same with Blizzard, I guess, recently. It's a similar thing to that. But those seem like really short-term, like, slaps on the wrist. Like, they're gonna feel it monetarily for a little bit because it's gonna really affect their sales and everything. And maybe it's a good wake-up call for them. But in the long run, I mean, hopefully they fix their ways and they can come back from that and they're healed, and maybe their social status and everything can heal too. But if they don't, if they keep perpetuating that same lifestyle and everything, then do they get canceled again later? I would assume. I don't know. I mean, it's confusing. Troop, if you ever do ask your therapist about that, I'd be really interested to hear what they say. Because, yeah, knowing what a therapist would say about that would be really interesting. Yeah, Sophia, that was very rude of him. Yeah, that wasn't nice. I mean, if he asks it and if you just, you know, you say no and he meant no harm by it and he was just curious, that's one thing. But if he keeps, like, accusing you of it, that's terrible. Yeah, Thevin, that's hard, isn't it? Like, yeah, Kevin Spacey, Mel Gibson. It sucks because I really love some Mel Gibson movies, but he's trash, apparently. And so is, apparently Russell Crowe's a jerk, too. But man, I love Gladiator, and I love Beautiful Mind, and I love a lot of the movies he was in. It's terrible, but in the case of movies, I feel like that's a little bit different, because you can have your own feelings about those characters that they're playing, because they're characters. When it comes to art and artists, I feel like that's a whole different thing, because the art is the artist is the art, you know? And if you support the art, it directly supports the artist. Whereas, like, let's say if you bought a copy of Gladiator, it doesn't exactly go straight to Russell Crowe, right? It goes to, I guess it was Ridley Scott. But maybe he's not a good guy either. So it's like you don't know. It's so hard. This becomes one of those, I think it's a paradox. You eventually come back to where you started, like chicken and the egg sort of thing. So it's all, when I get to that point, I tell myself, do what you can. Like, that's all I come back to. Do what you can. Yeah, I feel like it ruins it for me too sometimes. And I think you're right. I think it depends on if they've changed or, anything like that. But nowadays it's hard, because I guarantee you, no matter what you do, you're going to piss someone off. It sucks because, like, if there's a big political issue, if you talk about it, you're going to piss someone off one way or the other. So it's like, what do you do then? Do you talk about it at all? Like, if I brought up the abortion thing right now and said my views on that would, like, one way or the other, it would piss someone off. It doesn't matter, like, what side you're on. Like, it's terrible. So it's almost better to not say anything ever, And I'm sure even by me bringing that up and not saying something to it makes people think I'm thinking a certain way. Don't go that route. Don't go that route because it's dangerous. But you're going to have people that'll think differently about you when you get to these points. And if you have, like, your own little business or something, like, what do you do? Do you actually weigh in on that, or what do you do? It's really confusing on what to do and all that. Nice thing about being me is you can get from a library and not support them. Yeah, that's true. Libraries are amazing. That was a really good point, Megan. Small artists, yeah. Or artists that aren't necessarily small, but they're the sole proprietor of that one thing. That's where it gets hard. Yeah, the levels, Kat. Good point. It doesn't, Dev, but it does make me think about buying things from them in the future. I feel like if I did see that piece again, I'll have those feelings, but they are going to be tinged a bit now. Because I'll always think, I love this piece so much. Oh, but they're so blah. That end point is always going to be there, So I wouldn't probably regret getting the piece, but I definitely wouldn't probably get anything else from them going forward unless they changed, I feel like, Troop, when it comes to separating your personal and your business, I think that's up to everybody individually. I'm not the type that likes to put out my business anyway. If I didn't have an art business of any kind or any online business, I still wouldn't be active on social media. Like, that's where it gets weird for me. So I don't like putting up selfies. I don't like sharing what's going on in my life. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I just don't care. I'd rather just be doing this stuff. But so I wouldn't have a personal account anyway. But there are people who want the business side of it and they need a personal side of it. I have too many friends that are merging it, and they're gaining popularity. Honestly, they're gaining popularity off merging the two, having their personal thoughts on there and their work, because people that align with both will, they'll give to that. That's a personal choice. If you think you need that personal outlet, you're also taking a risk, though, having those two different accounts, because people can find that second one and they will hold you accountable for it. And then they'll say, well, this artist is also this account. That actually happened to a musician I followed recently. They had found his like secret Pinterest account, and he was like apparently this crazy right-wing person that no one even thought, and that eventually got back to his business and it affected him. So anything you put on the internet is not safe. And it depends. Like, just think about what you're putting out there, because think about it like it's your lawn. So, in your car, if you're somebody who puts on bumper stickers and things in your lawn, then you're probably somebody who likes putting your thoughts out on the internet, doing those sorts of things. Now I'm jumping a bit. I admit it, I'm jumping, but this is an analogy. I'm not the type to put things on my lawn or my car that are controversial or anything, because I don't want people to lash out and hurt my house or my car or anything like that, because people are crazy. At a base, I just assume people are crazy to be safe. So, because it's, it happens. And depending on where you live, it happens a lot more than other times. So, just knowing that the internet is like your property, and putting things out there, nothing comes without consequence. It can be scary, Speak on their opinions. I think human rights is also very different conversations and things that are a bit more subjective. Kat, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. And, even if it's a human rights issue, what sucks is you would think that'd be across the board. Everybody agrees, right? But there are some people that don't. And the people that don't, granted, I wouldn't want them having my work. So I think that's what it comes down to. The artists that are saying a lot of what they believe in and losing the people that don't agree with them, I feel like those artists are absolutely okay having their little niche of whoever believes what they believe. That's the only reason all these crazy other groups exist, these political groups, is because they've said, F it, we'll still find the people. And I know it sounds dark, but every time that I've said, have confidence in your art, because no matter what, there's an audience for it. If there are people that are still believing in like Nazi type ideals and things like that, and if they still collect people, then your form of artwork can get some fans. That's where my mind goes, is like, if that bad of people, if that group is still getting followers, your art has a chance. You know what I mean? It's a weird way to look at it, but it's turning something super negative into could be you. I don't know. No, Troop, you're totally right. Yeah, the whole package. And I think it's hard to not be the whole package nowadays. I go back and forth with the idea that, do I just want to be art thrown out on the internet, or do I want to show my face sometimes? And that's why I only do it really on Twitch, because I have control of how I appear and how I look, and I want that, because, the last time I put up my face without makeup, it got destroyed by this one person, and I followed them into like a little rabbit hole of their mind, and I might have ended up bothering them a bit, but I wanted to know why they were being a troll, so I followed that. And it was interesting, to say the least, but it's just, you want to know what you're putting out there. It's the same as a small town. Think about the internet. I know it doesn't look like it, but as a small town, everybody's going to know everything. And if you don't want, people reacting to you at the grocery store with something you've said, don't put it out there, It is your platform, but I had somebody say that to me recently too. I had given my thoughts to somebody who had put up a thing about something. I don't want to get too obviously specific, and I had given my thoughts on it, and they got mad at me for giving my thoughts on it, saying, this is my platform, this is my only place I can vent, I can, I don't expect to get flamed, and I just want to talk and say what I want to say. And I'm like, okay, you can do that. And then in my head I'm like, you can do that, but you're going to get people that come back at you because you're putting it out there. You can't put things out on the internet and expect to just be like, yes, and that is there, and this is good, and I'm just going to walk away from this. It's like, no, if you put something out there, people can react to it. And you can't get mad at them for reacting because they're doing exactly what you just did. So, and at that point I was like, all right, I'm pulling back again. The internet. You moved away from your small town, right? You think you've left, but you haven't. The internet makes it so you can never leave. Think about the internet as a small town you can never escape from. Isn't that scary? Because, think, like, I moved from Minnesota to Illinois. Internet's the same. Nothing changed there. The people I see have changed, but if I go to China, well, okay, not China, because the internet is different there. But if I go to someplace else where the internet is relatively different and I have the same access to it, it's going to follow you. The internet will follow you until you die. That's why it's scary. Well, I'm glad that helped, Nameful. I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. But yeah, think about that. It is a small town because you can't escape. It won't stop when you die. That's the other scary thing. And at that point, you can't even be there to defend yourself. That's really scary to me, that you're not even there to defend yourself. So the things that you've put out there. The internet's scary, man. I don't know. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Another thing to think about is think about all those like celebrities that have had somebody come back at them in the past couple years saying like, Oh yeah, well, in 2013 they tweeted this, and it comes back, and suddenly whatever they're working on or whatever, they get canceled for it or whatever, even if that's not how they think now. That's the real tragic thing. If they, let's say, between then and now have really changed who they are, and that tweet is no longer accurate, it doesn't matter. Like, if anybody blows that up, they're gone, even if they've changed. Like, that's crazy to think about. Oh, sorry, Waco. I didn't mean to scare you off. See? I'm doing it. Dang it. Let me go back up here. Taints the story of the piece. Taints is a good word. No, podcast. Yeah, Megan, I hear ya. Oh, I missed some things in the chat. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's forever. It's scary. Unless you delete it, but even if you delete it, it's still, like, you can still find it. I'm glad it's the good WoW, Thev. Sorry if this is too much for some folks. No, Thev, you're right. That's what I was getting at. So, okay, sorry. Yeah, we went down a road, didn't we? And I think this is the beauty and the curse of the stream. When you stream, everything is live, everything is unfiltered, unlooked at and all that. So you gotta really extra watch what you say when you're a streamer. Which I'd like to think most of the time I'm doing that. But some of the things I say can rub the wrong way, and obviously I'm sorry for that. But at the same time, Hi, Owl. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, and this is the weird thing about my stream, too. It's like I don't exactly have something every week that's as predictable. I guess I stream like I prefer to work, which is something different all the time. So some streams I'm going to be very quiet, and I'm just going to work, right? Other streams will have super heavy conversations like this. Like, I did not expect to start the stream today going into both the heavy topics we have. But, and I understand that they might be a little bit too heavy, and I apologize for that. But it's a surprise to you as it's a surprise to me. Like, I did not expect it. Let's put it that way. But yeah. The internet. Because I've thought a good amount about it. And what kind of, I guess, presence I want to have on the internet. And thank you, Owl. And it's tough because you go back and forth, like, I have all this background in video editing and all these things, and I could make fun YouTube videos and things like that, but I mean, I want to, but at the same time I don't. And then, I've got these tutorial type things that I want to do, but then I also think, well, other people have done them too, so I don't necessarily have to. I don't have the time for it right now. Because a lot of what happens on the internet is the same information being said in different ways, especially in art. So when it comes to finding an internet artist, typically people follow the ones that speak their language, kind of. or like them, or, things like that, so that, they feel close to you because you're like them, and, all those sorts of things. And those help you connect to your audience, and, people saying the same thing different ways is going to, get different audiences due to that, and things like that. So the internet is a good and bad thing. It's essentially what I'm getting at. Funny enough. Just know its power. That's the thing I think people always underestimate. Know the internet's power over your life. Because there are some things you can undo, and there are other things you cannot undo. And just protecting yourself where you can. I'm doing alright. This past month I've been a little bit slower in terms of, I don't know, just I've been quieter. I've been more solemn, I guess. But otherwise, I'm fine. I'm doing all right. I'm getting by, all things considered. Just putting my head down and working. Trying not to get caught up in things. That's where it's also hard. Like, as an artist on the internet, and seeing, people doing the things you want to do, and being what you want to be, and all that stuff. That's hard to put that aside, and just to remember to put your head down and work. Because you may feel like you're doing research or something like that, when really you might just be making yourself feel bad. You gotta take note of how things you're putting into your brain are making you feel. The downside of having little communities and things too is those communities can act like yes people, and depending on how many you have, and what they're saying, you could just have a bunch of yes men, telling you, oh yeah, that's right, that's great, and so you get this built up ego, and when you're met then with somebody who doesn't agree with you, or how you think, things blow up, and you've been around so many people that think like you do, and this could be any kind of community, and this is where Facebook can be a problem and things like that. And the first chance, or the first time you're met with a differing thought than your own, that you've been, told that it's right, it's good, all that, that's when things tend to happen on the internet and things like that. So it can be crazy. There are niches to the internet. I mean, we've seen that in America with a lot of misinformation and things the past couple of years. So, anyway. Hi, Serenity. Serenity, I don't know if you just got here or not. This has been a little bit of a heavy stream. Unintentionally. Seriously unintentional. Though every time it gets heavy, it seems like it's just out of the blue. Unintentional. Hopefully it's been helpful, though. That's the main thing. I like to think that when we have these kind of conversations, it's more helpful than hurtful. And people just need to remember the power that comes with the internet, and how scary that can be. So I feel like a lot of the time we might underestimate it, or I don't know, throw things out thinking it's harmless, or saying something to someone thinking it's harmless, when honestly the ripple is forever, because it's the internet. I'm going to do a lot of this with the pastels. This is not as smooth as I'd like it to be, so I'm going to change that later, I think. But how you doing, Serenity? You alright? It's one of the Dandikin tier. So my monthly little commission tier. This is for one of them. How's your week been, Serenity? What was your favorite thing about your week? And like I said, I don't know if it was heavy in a bad way. See, I always think awareness is a positive thing because it's something you know now that you didn't know before that can really help you navigate your feelings in the future, you know? But there are some things, I guess, that, especially without warning, might be a little bit too abrupt and too heavy, which I think this might have been for a few. I feel bad about that because I didn't even know it was coming. And that's true. They really have power. They really, really do. You too, Owl. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Bit better, so best part of the week was being able to sit down and draw a bit again. Oh, Serenity, that's so good. I'm so glad you're feeling better. It's so good to hear. You were in so much pain for a while, and I'm sorry for that. I'm so happy to hear you're doing better, though. I'm the same way, True. I mean, I do the same thing, you know? I feel the same way you do. And I mean, the nice thing about, I guess, having a stream is I can talk about that, and the people that want to talk will stay, and the people that don't will go, but that also feels bad, because I don't want everybody to go. I want people to feel welcome. So the times when it's too heavy, I just hope that it hasn't been too much to scare them off indefinitely, because it's not all the time, you know? Not all the time. And sometimes I feel like if it's not all the time and it happened, that means maybe it was supposed to. I don't know. I get into that mindset a lot too. Like if it's something that's kind of out of the blue, but it felt like it needed to be said, then maybe there's something more to that. Maybe I had to talk about that for someone here to hear it, and then ripples, right? Who knows? I'd like to think those things end up doing more good than harm. I mean, even though it was heavy, I don't think it was bad. It was just stating the obvious, really. But it can be really kind of abrupt. And don't be sorry about it, Troop. I don't think we should be sorry about it. Not necessarily, I guess. You're welcome, Alice. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thanks for joining, especially joining in the convo. Tell Parker I said hi. I will get to your ancient donut soon. Hopefully on stream next time. We'll see, though. Hopefully I'll be far enough along. Yay! See you next week. Night, Thev. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I thought it was me, Serenity. No worries. Never take it personally. That's something I've learned when it comes to streams. Heck, man, I went to the bathroom and came back and now everybody's leaving. I'm trying to think, like, uh-oh. Me going to the bathroom did it? No. No. It's probably just a good time for the end of the convo, that was the heavy convo, to die down. Everything has its course. Bye, Thev. You take care too. Thank you. No, I think some people just got tired too, Serenity. Like, from our talk, it was kind of intense. So I could understand if people are a little bit depleted, we'll say. If they don't have other things to do and they just got tired from it, it's totally understandable. See, my problem is always wondering, should I save this video then? Like, was this one of those ones that I should save, or should I let it expire and go away? Like, I don't know if anybody in the future will get something from it, or if it's more of one of those things where in the moment it was felt and it delivered what it needed to as a conversation between a bunch of people. It's like if you had a conversation in real life with a bunch of people and you had like a recorder and it did a lot during the conversation for people, but then afterwards, if somebody listened to that, like, would that help someone? I don't know. And that's kind of one of those things. So I recently, I had over like 250 videos from my past 6-some years of Twitch, and I recently made them all just private because I was like, at this point, I don't know if that's gonna help anybody, you know? And like, I felt like the art was a little out of date. I mean, I still have them, so my record of it's there if I ever need it, but in terms of being out there to help, I don't know if it can. So, you know, yeah, outdated. Exactly, Sophia. Exactly. You know how that goes. I'm deciding to change the lighting on this to go the other way. Luckily, I haven't done too many lighting specific shade areas, but now I'm starting to, after I did these, I was like, well, I can make all this something else, you know? So since that's the case, do this. And then I can take a yellow one later and fix that. So it's yellow again. So right now I just want to get that brightness correct. And if I want some of the yellow to peek through, I can just erase some of the white, and then we'll go back to it. Off screen. But to fade that background in this foreground a bit. Looks a little rough, but give it some time. How's work been, Serenity? Is it alright? What made me happy this week? Oh, Gabe's birthday. Gabe's birthday made me happy this week. First and foremost, I was glad that we were home together for it. And I guess last year we were too. But the previous years, I had always been at Dragon Con, or we had, and we weren't able to actually do anything for it, so... Granted, last year and this year we weren't able to do anything for it, because I would love to drag him to an arcade for his birthday one year, but both last year and this year, when we've been home, I haven't been able to because of COVID, so, oh well. Sometime. Longer work times throughout summer, but also more money. That's good. There's squirrels saving up for the winter, yeah? Oh, Cat, really? When does that get released? Good job. Are you excited? Feature film. Oh boy. Can you share any details about it or not yet? October 1st. What is it? Yeah, congrats. That's incredible. Congrats to all of them. That is definitely a feat. Teamwork is so amazing. Seriously. To get that many people to be able to synthesize something, that's so incredible. Story knows. Oh, that's so cool, Cat. The story, who knows? Oh, I'm excited to see what it's of. Like, is it like a mainstream movie, that sort of thing, or like, can you talk about any part of it, or if not, how do we look out for it, or is there any way we can help it? Oh, it's the Addams Family sequel? Like, the third movie? Like, Addams Family Values sequel? Or the Addams Family animated movie? Oh man, now I'm dating myself, aren't I? And then there's the other Addams Family thing coming out. That's a show. That's different though, right? Oh, that's crazy. That's good though. Good for you for getting it out. That's crazy good. I haven't seen that one, the first one. I heard it was cute. Because it's meant for kids, right? That one is? So this one I'm assuming same thing. Like cute for kids sort of deal. Oh man, the camera makes this look so much worse than it is. In person, this is a lot more soft. Like the white is so soft, but like the sharpness on this camera is just making the lines look terrible. Eesh. Addams Family Values is a fun movie. All the Addams Family ones are. Okay. Who did the art style of the original comic? That wasn't like Edward Gorey or Stephen Gamel, was it? Who did the original comic? Edward Gorey's from like the 20s, isn't he? What am I thinking? Oh, he's born in 1925. Maybe. Oh, he died in 2000. Oh, Edward Gorey. Huh. Damn, he did a lot. I just went on an Edward Gorey tangent. Sorry. Charles Addams. Oh, cute. Ugh. One of my joys in life is reading a comic or a movie, not necessarily reading, obviously. Reading, watching, listening to something that was solely 100% made by one individual. So that you know that, and this is why I strive to do this, you know you get their accurate, like, how they saw it in their head exactly, depiction of their story and everything. I think that's so cool. I feel like that's when you really get taken to someone's world, you know? And I mean, sometimes they do it on a bigger scale, like they're able to translate a world from someone's head bigger, with a bigger production and everything, and that's equally as cool. But there's something with so much, like, it's the indie game feeling, like this is exactly what they intended, you know, and you get the experience that they actually wanted, you know. I love that. That is so good of you guys to do that. I honestly didn't even know it was a comic. I feel really dumb for that. Shows what I know. Well, maybe the feeling was more of an atmosphere, not so much the style, maybe? Or are you saying that's the critique? It was on the style and it was literally based off his designs. Is that what you meant? I wonder if it's 3D, right? Maybe that's the difference. Because a lot of things that are 3D from 2D material don't exactly feel the same. So I could understand that, if that was their gripe. Some things that are 2D just don't translate well to 3D. Like, I feel like the Grinch did that. I feel like Dr. Seuss does not translate well to 3D. Like Horton Hears a Who. What was the other one? Lorax did it. There's Lorax, right? Yeah, that did it. The character styles, see, that's weird. If it is the style and it's based off it, that sounds like they just don't know. That's funny though, people. Can't please everybody. What's more funny is that sometimes, you know, someone's interpretation of something is based off their feeling for it, and that's it. Like, they might think it's based off the style or something, but their real aversion with it might just be because it doesn't match their feeling of what they originally felt. And that might be with a million factors that they're not controlling, you know. Could have been their age, could have been the place they were at in that time of their life, and that you can't control. So as an artist, that's something I've taken into account, that, like, you know, if I do something and I'm going for a specific thing and somebody's like, this doesn't make me feel like I want to do blah, 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 that's out of your hands, you know. I'm not sure, Sophia. I'm getting kind of tired. I was maybe going to maybe render this one out too. So maybe another half an hour? Something like that? Exactly, Kat. Yeah, you're totally working off people's nostalgia, their previous experiences with it. Honestly, your best bet is, and I think a lot of people just accept this and they do this, they go for the next generation. So that, you know, that's the first nostalgic feeling that the next generation will have, will be their product. Because trying to please a different generation's nostalgia is near impossible, because you don't have control of that, you know? So I've started to feel a certain way about when people see that something's being started, and they're like, oh, well, you know, this isn't going to be as good, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you know what, no matter what, it probably wouldn't be good to you, because, you know, your experience from it is so specific and different than, you know, than what it was. And no one has control over that. And that's just the human condition, man. I feel like us living and going through life, we're just gonna have things that we can't revisit again. We're gonna have feelings and things like that that happened that one time, and then that's it. I had heard a quote about nostalgia recently that was like, we dive into nostalgia when the present is too painful or something like that, or we yearn for nostalgia. And I feel like that's kind of true, and especially with a lot of how things are right now. Like, I'll even attest to that. I've gone back to the things that I trust to make me happy, like certain movies and music and all that, more this year than I have in previous years. So yeah, I get it. Makes sense. So yeah, Sophia, probably 6-ish for me. It's 5:30 now. So somewhere in there. Oh, thank you, Sophia. You're wonderful. You've been here for so long, and I appreciate that. I really do. Rewatching old films more than new films and listening to old albums, right? Right? Kind of digging into the old stuff. It is pretty magical, though, when you've listened to something so many times and it, you don't feel that special thing anymore, but then all of a sudden something hits you like it used to. That I feel like is almost miracle worthy. Like that you would get a fresh feeling from something that you've, ingested a million times. I heard once that you can listen to a song 120 sometimes, I think it was 125, before it kind of loses that initial feeling. And I know I've listened to a few songs way more than that, but I don't know, that statistic actually scared me when I read it, because I got really worried about all the things that made me feel good, that they would only make me feel good for a finite amount. And anything that has a finite amount scares me. I know that's stupid, but example, those boards you can get that you write on them and they're like black? They have all kinds of different names, but you can write on them with like a special pen, and then they have eraser buttons, and it's like one I bought, and I think I bought it in like 2010 or something. It said it was good for 50,000 races. And I was so paralyzed by the idea back then that I only had so many that I didn't ever use it. Like, it scared me that one day it wouldn't work anymore. And now, if I had that thing, I would use every single one of them. So I think that's very telling, at least personally, of me where I'm mentally at. Where back then I was scared to do anything for fear of wasting those things, but now I'm scared to not do anything. Isn't that weird? Like, at one point in my life I was scared to do anything, and now I'm scared of not doing anything. Like, that to me is just so. I used to struggle, yeah. And especially if money's an issue, that's a problem. But my way of coping with art supplies running out is I usually get 2 things. When I go shopping for whatever I know I need, I usually get 2. I don't start worrying until I start using the second one. When I hit the second one, that's when I reorder or anything like that, because then I know I have a certain amount before I'm out. And I don't like running out of things. So when I do buy things, I usually buy 2. When I get to this one, that's when I reorder. If I do any like online auto subscription orders, I do the same thing. So that way I know I'm always kind of covering my ass. Is that what you do, Kat? Oh my god. I thought I was overthinking things with this, but knowing you do it too, I'm like, cool. Oh, double stickers. Yeah. And I started selling my stickers as doubles for this reason too. I was like, oh man, I'm only giving people like 1 set. Like, I feel like, how would anybody make any sort of decision with just 1 set of stickers? So I started selling 2. Oh, okay. But Sophia, if you had certain materials that you knew you would always use 100%, wouldn't you buy the 2 method? Or right now you just use them like just for fun, for whatever? Because I feel like I'm that way with the things I'm not sure I'm going to use up. I'll be like, okay, I'll try it. If I don't like it, I'm not going to, I'll have just used that one. But the things I like, all my markers, this is the place I'm at. I have 3 very specific grays that I use a lot. And whenever I go get these, I usually get 3 or 4 of one of them. Because I go through them fast, A, and B, I always need one. I literally throw one out and grab another one, and I'm just, Yeah. The new things, and that's us being, I think, smart about the new things and cautious, and then diving into the things we know we like, so we don't want to run out of them. When I learned 3 years ago think it was 3 years ago now, because there are streams about this somewhere. My favorite sketchbook paper at the time that I was using for everything was discontinued. I panicked so bad. I panic purchased wherever I could find them before they started going up in price. The last time I had bought a bunch of them, I bought like 15 of the sketchbooks. I was so freaked out, and they're gone now. Like, that was scary when your favorite art supply is going away forever. I lost it. I was so freaking out. They were the Daler Rowney Earthbound Cachet sketchbooks. And I still have a bunch of them. But they're gone. Like, you can't get them. So I ended up using this new paper. That's the one that's linked under my video. This is the Strathmore Tone Tan Mixed Media. Not the regular Tone Tan with the cowboy on the front. It's the Tone Tan with the hands. And it's actually better. It's a lot more sturdy. It's got a similar texture to it that looks very fibrous, but it's not fibrous paper, which is really good. It's dense, it's smooth, I love it. It's perfect for what I use it for. So hopefully, since that's Strathmore, it won't go away. But I am cautious all the time now. Yeah, so that's that stuff that's underneath the thing. I actually have 2 that came today. I ordered 2 new sketches. 2 new packs of them, because I go through them pretty quickly because I use them for the pet portraits too. I use them for the pet portraits, I use them for commissions, I use them for ATCs. Like, it's my paper, you know? So I knew the next time I replaced the Daler Rowney stuff that I would need to find something that would probably not go away. But man, is that scary. Ooh. They're not sketchbooks? What do you mean? The ones I get? I mean, they're, you know, yeah, they're sketchbooks. I mean, what do you consider a sketchbook? It's a collection of paper. Like, I don't know. The Tone Mixed Media it comes in a bound book form. Like I said, there's a link underneath the video, under my tools, if you want to look at it. But the Daler Rowney ones were bound with a wire bound. These are glue bound. Paper pads. Yeah, I mean, it's still in a book though. Like, if I didn't want to tear it out, it would stay there. But even with my sketchbooks, I tear all those out because I was using that paper. So all my old Daler Rowney sketchbooks are just the cover now, because I just went through my sketchbook and tore out everything and sold it. Like, I don't know, unless I'm still working on the story. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe other people see them as paper pads. I honestly didn't think of the difference, but yeah, I guess that's definitely a thing. But yeah, that's my favorite paper right now. I love that damn paper. It's good paper. Scary song. I want this song. Oh my god, I thought I got rid of that song. I hate that song. Maybe I'm on the wrong... No, why is that there? That should not be there. Get out of here. No more, bro. No more. That's weird. Huh. Oh, that's fair. I mean, I guess my sketchbook is this thing right now. Like, a lot of what if I do use an actual book nowadays, because I don't even use a sketchbook anymore, I use my iPad, because I go through a lot more sketches and a lot more ideas using my iPad. I don't use any paper. So it's very rare I use an actual book anymore. If I do, it's just because I have a craving for some actual tangible paper. But, on this page, I guess I did some experimenting with a new tool. So it looks like I've been using my sketchbook just for experimenting with new tools. But yeah, for the most part, if I'm trying to figure out what to do for a piece, I've been doing it on my iPad. Because that way I don't feel the guilt of going through a bunch of something. Yeah, and so if somebody asked me now to see my sketchbook, I don't know what I'd do. I think I'd just point them to my Instagram or show them or tell them that they're spread out on Post-its and sketchbook random placements in my house. Like, we do have sketchbooks that are randomly placed in areas just in case we get a quick idea. Like, I just flip it open and put it there. But if I'm going to sit down and figure out a piece, then I sketch it in the iPad. So I guess that's my sketchbook. But I guess it's also a pad of paper then. The gray paper's pretty though, Sophia. Gabe works a lot on the gray paper, and he works on... Have you seen the yellow paper? It's like really yellow. He's been doing a lot with that. But yeah, the gray paper's very pretty. That can be a really good one too. Right? A sketchbook tour? I'd be like, I mean, maybe one of my old ones. Because right now, I could literally open a drawer and show you my sketchbooks from the past. All have these little colored tabs that are just lining all the sides from when I was tearing out certain ones to sell. Because for the first year or two of doing conventions, that's how I was selling my original art. I was selling pieces that I had done in all those sketchbooks. I'd cut them out, and I'd like mat them in a board and a plastic thing, and then I'd sell them like that. Because I didn't see the point of having sketchbooks anymore. Especially being a freelance artist, I was like, anything I've made could be sold now, and I don't necessarily need it unless it's part of a property I'm currently working on. And especially if these drawings could make other people happy, I didn't see a point to keeping them to myself, you know? So, I don't know, I'm gonna work on this a little bit. I feel like I was gonna use this for a little while. I forgot I was gonna get to this. Let's do some metal. Oh, it's funny. My old work. Oh, yellow-blue color blindness. Yellow paper just messes you up. I can understand that. That would be really difficult, actually. So I can really understand your aversion to it. Oof. That would be tough. That makes sense then why you'd like the bright white paper. Isn't that neat though that, like, yeah, the color blindness sucks, but at the same time it makes it so, you know, what you do work with becomes part of your style. Like, in a way that's kind of like super Destiny heavy. You know what I mean? Like it was your fate to use this paper or some crap. Have you tried the red paper before, Sophia? There's a bright red one too. I don't know how that plays into the color blindness. Maybe to you then it would look... wait, nothing makes red. Maybe it would look more red, like soaked away. Because if the blue's pulled out of red. But that's purple. There is some blue and red, like on a slider, if you make something more... I forget what it goes Hi, Taylor. Who's this fellow? I love him. This is for my buddy Dennis's, his Patreon. He runs a podcast called Botched, and it's a D&D podcast. He actually has... Actually, I'll help you in a minute here with something. But I want to get the right link to his Patreon. Oh my god. Support the show. Is this Patreon? Okay. So he does pretty good with this. Gotta be honest. So he's got that. This will be a digital print for his podcast. Like all his patrons get this. And this is a race in their D&D thing. This one and this pangolin. She's a sweetheart. She's very timid. And they collect gems. So what's funny is that this month for the Curious Collector, I'm doing a Gem Guardian. So that just happens to work out. So I'll be in the gem mode. But these guys are really smart turtles that are secretly putting together a bomb to get rid of their captors. So he's got that, and then Dennis himself has a Kickstarter. I'm trying to remember all the links. Typing. He's got a werewolf comic he's done that he's got a Kickstarter for right now. And Gabe actually did the editing for it, which is interesting. So, like, us and Dennis are kind of tight. So we all help each other with each other's stuff. He also reads the Audible narration for my Curious Collector tier on the digital stuff. He has a really, really good voice. Sounds super, like, legitimate voice acting. So, he had offered a long time ago to do narration for it, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. Because I really wanted that, and I didn't even really think about that was possible. But then he offered it, and I was like, yes. So he's done it ever since. But he's a good guy. The red paper you haven't tried yet? I mean, you might like it, I don't know. Maybe, though, you really like the subtle papers. Pastel paper has a lot of good, like, desaturated colors. Like, I know there's a green one, too. Sketchbooks are so good for when you're exploring. Yeah, Kat, I agree. The whole thing with sketchbooks that I think people are losing sight of is that they're sketchbooks. They're meant for ideas, they're meant to play. You know, I think the whole idea of sketchbook tours that have gotten, popular online and stuff, those are putting a lot of unnecessary pressure on people to have really nice or, masterful sketches in their book. But I assure you, the people that have these sketchbooks, they also have crappy sketchbooks they're not showing you. The sketchbooks they are showing you are most likely the ones that, they've been warmed up before they went into them. And, they're just showing you the good stuff. Just remember with the internet, the things that you're seeing that are really impressive are typically not the first instance of them. Somebody's warmed up ahead of time, or it's edited in some way, whether it be someone's body or something. It's the internet. Good. A messy sketchbook is a loved sketchbook. Right. It's used, it's loved. How has streaming been for you lately, Sophia? You too, Kat. How have your streams been? I always find around this time, like late summer, streaming is a bit low, like low key. I feel like in the winter it picks up again, but summer, late summer, I think kids going back to school and such, you know, it's got its own thing going on there. But it seems to slow down a little bit. People seem busier and not as many people show up. Yeah, you both think it's quiet. Yeah. Usually winter is better because, you know, people are inside, it's cold out, they don't go anywhere. That sort of thing. Maybe this winter will be when, you know, COVID can actually finally go away so that, you know, people won't be gathering as much. Well, then there's the holidays. Who knows? What color do I want to do his scarf? Oh, they're poor, but it is a turtle. Maybe I can make it kind of a green. Just to reminisce that it is a turtle. What was I doing with it? Oh. I was like, what is this? I know what that is. Yeah, but that is one thing I noticed about streaming is in the winter it picks up again. Yeah, Kat, I feel you on that. Just kind of perfect. I feel like everybody's going through a low energy thing right now. I feel like it's just people getting tired of summer. Would you agree with that, you think? Serena, you're not active either. Yeah, I don't know why that is. I feel like people are getting tired from a lot of things. Like the whole virus situation, just people being bad to people. I'm getting tired of that. Oh yeah, school. Duh. My god, the biggest, most obvious thing. School. Hello. Good point, Sophia. Good point. Anxiety of making plans. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, but you earned that slump a little bit. I mean, think about it. I wouldn't consider it a slump. I mean, consider it time to rest. You worked and pushed really hard to get that film done. There's a difference between being lazy and then, like, actually recovering from pushing really hard. And you deserve to rest. You need to rest. And health related, yeah. Time related. I understand. That's a good point too, Kat. The lull after adrenaline. I feel like some of us with the whole COVID thing, we've had our adrenaline up for a while. You know, we're scared of how things are right now. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Like our stamina is waning, right? Oh, I shouldn't have picked green. Damn it. Maybe I can mix it. Fear, yeah. Oh my god. Getting tired from being on edge all the time. I'm feeling that. I could totally agree with that. God. Absolutely. Do it, Serenity. You know, and if forget about doing it for art, maybe. Just do it for fun. Maybe do a video of your birds being silly or stupid or something. Just have fun. If you have the ability to just have fun, just have fun. I miss having, like, I miss being bored. I miss having time to be bored. I have been so nonstop the past 4 years that I just haven't been able to stop and have fun and experiment and play. Man, I used to. But when you got your own business, it's like day and night. I'm tired. Don't click that link. I don't know this person. Don't click it. Gotta get rid of them. Thank you, Serenity. And don't click that. It's probably a bad man. Right? Oh, boredom was such a privilege. It was a privilege to be bored. You know? Yeah, I had to go over on YouTube and delete that too. Ugh. Oh, did it? Okay. Don't click it in the future, you might get a virus. I don't want you to get a virus from my stream. No. No. Be safe. Okay, good. I feel like when you get bored, that's the first time you ask yourself, well, what have I been wanting to do? And then you get to explore something new. I haven't been able to do that for a long time. This month I'm gonna go very hard at the pet portraits. I'm gonna get my Patreon stuff done as soon as I can. And I'm going to go hard at the pet portraits. I need to get those done. And like I said, if I could pause my Patreon to do that, I totally would. But like I said, that's like the only income I have. So I can't stop that. Man, I'm tired. I was so tired. I also wanted to get out the shirts this month. The shirts would be a nice bit of passive income. I would like that. But I gotta take a day or two to do that too. So many things to do. Months are so short nowadays. Isn't that crazy? Just existing. I feel like meditation has really helped me with that. But a lot of the time I sit and I zone out. And when I catch myself doing that, I realize I really needed it. So I let myself do it. Whenever that happens, I feel like that's my, like if I'm an overclock computer, that's me restarting, rebooting, and clearing the cache. I have to do that. I feel like it's necessary to zone out. If you are zoning out, that's your body telling yourself you need to. If you're falling asleep at any point, go take a nap. That's your body saying you need to get some rest right now. You know, like I've been listening to my body a lot more. And every time it says to do something, and if I still have to work, I'll figure out a way to work while doing that thing. Unless, of course, it's sleeping or zoning out. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad they make you laugh. Yeah, it's good for the heart. I think you need naps at any age. You know? I went through this phase where naps made me nauseous. Like I'd wake up and I felt nauseous from a nap. Apparently that means you probably overslept and you didn't need as long of a nap. But yeah, naps are great. If you learn to figure out how you nap best, you know, you're supposed to go in like, what is it, 30-minute increments, something like that? Yeah. Sophia, are you streaming soon? Is that why you were asking me? I can totally raid you if you're gonna stream soon. I hear you, Serenity. It's tough, man. Like this week, admittedly, I've gotten very poor sleep. Typically, it's not so bad for me. Usually I get a decent amount, but if I get 6 hours or less, I can't do it. Like I can't. In the past few nights, I've only gotten maybe 5 or 6 in a row, so like 3 nights in a row, and I'm hanging by a thread here. And it's mainly been because of my dogs. Bruni has been extra needy lately, and I'm not sure why. She'll wake up in the morning and she wants our attention just early in the morning. And she's, you know, it might be because she's napping too much at night, but... Oh, Sophia, you're so sweet. I know I said 6, but... yeah, I probably should. Tell you what, let me do 2 things and then I'll end. I want to finish the scarf, the rendering of the scarf, and then the rendering of the medal, and then we'll cut the stream. Okay? Because I feel like those things are fun to do on the stream. Because I gotta eat too, I haven't eaten in a while. I'm so glad it's September though, you guys, oh my god. I cannot wait until it's cold enough to open all the windows and just be cold in my house and have the wind blowing through my whole house and just be walking around in like a blanket Or I have this wool cloak that I bought like a year or two ago, and I haven't been able to wear it yet. I think I'll just start wearing that around the house. Just whatever. Oh, really? Oh, lucky. Yeah, that stuff knocks me out. I usually take Z-Quil because it's not habit forming and stuff. Unfortunately, if I smoke pot or anything like that, I'll wake up with too much of a hangover and a brain fog. So I don't do that as much anymore, if at all. Usually not at all. Because we don't drink, we don't do anything, honestly. But I was doing that for a while for my muscle soreness and stuff, and that was working really well. But lately I've been using Z-Quil, and that was working for a while, but because Bruni keeps waking us up in the morning, it's like, it's so constant. It's almost like a newborn. She's waking us up every like 2 hours. She just wants attention. So I'm guessing she's uncomfortable somehow. I'm guessing she's either too hot or too cold. So I need to investigate her little bedding situation. But she's happy the rest of the day, and she doesn't exactly sleep the rest of the day, which if she wasn't getting enough sleep, I think she'd sleep the whole day, but no, it's almost like she just gets bored. I put her toys in the bedroom too, and it doesn't seem to do anything. Maybe you're using actual cannabis. Like, are you smoking like it, or are you like indica, sativa, like anything like that, or what are you doing? Because maybe you're just having CBD oil or something. That might be totally different. I don't know. It's kind of sad. They're kept as slaves, according to what Dennis said. Here, I can actually read you what he said. He had a cute little backstory. They're called... Oh, they're turned on something. Let me look. Hold on. He wrote up these kind of behind the scenes things about his creatures. Okay. They are enslaved by the rabbit folk and are kept secret from the rest of the world. They do not want anyone to know about the tortoises because then other races may try to intervene. The tortoise folk, during season 2, use a bomb during the peace summit between the rabbit folk factions to cause untold damage. In doing so, it causes an investigation during the blah 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 blah. So they're kept as slaves. They enslave the tortoise people to actually build their weapons, but no one even knows of the tortoise's existence. So they're very smart, and they build bombs and things, apparently, in this lore. Yeah, apparently the rabbits are doing bad. Using shatter. What's shatter? I know nothing of this stuff. Oh, it's a concentrate. Interesting. Well, I'm glad you can, do it so easily and get it in you quicker. So you can get the calm. However you get calm, get calm. You need it. I feel like, would you say calmness is almost like a currency now. Like getting calm. Make money off getting calm. My friend Megan, she has a podcast that's pretty great. Megan, are you still here? Shoot, she left. Hers is called Avant-Bard. It's really clever. She's great. I know her personally. She is amazing. Avant-Bard broadcast. I guess I have to put in podcast. Hold on. Avant-Bard pod. Here you go. Oh, a raid! Hide everything! Oh, I didn't even tell me. Monster Pie Zoe! 16! Thank you, Zoe! Or Monster Pie, whichever you prefer. Welcome! Thank you! Thank you! Welcome, everybody. I'm Cloverkin. I'm usually doing markers or watercolor fantasy work, typically cottagecore. This one ends up being a commission for somebody. Here's some of my other work. That was one of my watercolors. These are my Clover cards, so these technically are for something specific on my Patreon. But Cavendish and anybody afraid of spiders, look away. Don't look at my popcorn stickers. This is a cute spider, spindle spider I did recently. Here's a smaller spider god. It's got some bunch of stuff. Here's a cute little cottagecore owl couple that's gone pumpkin picking. This person is cleaning the snail. Some of these aren't fully done. There's a raccoon and a fish. This is my job. But right now we're working on this. Oh, also, if anybody wants to have some fun, go on my Instagram and find this post. It should be the most recent post. And then comment under it, and we'll go on a little, like, cute roleplay D&D journey thing. This was a squash shop, which is really hard to say. Squash shop. So I do a lot of tone paper work, but if I'm doing, like, watercolor, it's not usually on tone paper. But anyway, welcome. Clover cards! Wholesome stream buds. That's right. It's good. It's happy. Try to spread the positivity without dipping into toxic positivity. We like to be realistic, but positive. Aw, thank you, Kat. Here's a link to my Patreon. Hopefully it does the thing. And then my socials are here. If anybody's on a desktop, below the video you'll find like a list of my tools, links to those things, stuff like that. Oh yeah, they all come with stories. Here, let me show you. I also have another, so two tiers on my Patreon come with stories. One is the Curious Collector tier, which every month I make a new creature. Let me explain that. A new creature, and you get a lore scroll, and you get a Guardian's Gift, which is basically like a horoscope or a fortune. And last month it was the Maisie, and you can barely see what that looks like. Here, in the shadow, that's what it looks like. This is a, like a jar, but it's a sticker. So you can collect these and put them on something. And then that comes with also these stickers. So there are theme stickers every month. That's the corn pip. So that means it's kind of confusing. I have deities called pips. And sometimes you'll get a pip, sometimes you won't. Sometimes it'll be a guardian of, like, this month it's going to be gem guardians. But when it's a pip, it means it's a deity for that specific thing. So the Maisie is a corn pip. So they rule over the corn, and they keep it from technically getting too hot and popping, and they do a whole bunch of other stuff too. But you also get themed stickers that, you know, lend itself to that. So corn ones, I did a cute little kernel, and then I've got a cute little popcorn guy here. He's adorable. I like him. And like I said, then you get lore with that. Now that's $6 on Patreon. For the $4 Clover card tier, if you like collecting cards and like original art by artists, but maybe you don't want to pay like $30 for an actual ATC, which stands for Artist Trading Card, those are originals. I have another one for that. But if you want prints, every month I have these, which are prints of my originals. And on the back they have stories. They all have stories. So depending on what you get, and every 3 months you're on, you get a Clover card, which this is the first one you'll get for the first month. This is technically the second month. And then this is the third month so far. And they'll explain what's going on in the image in the story. So if you like stories, I'll hook you up. I have a lot. But that one's $4 every month, and you get them sent in the mail. And global, it's just $1 more. So it's not bad. And then I have a $3 tier that's for digital things. So it's really whatever floats your boat. If you like digital stuff, if you like physical stuff, there's something for everybody. Oh. Cavendish, what for? Oh, thank you for the Clovers, Monster Pie. Oh, Cat, you gifted a sub. Oh, it's September, everybody. I forget what that means, but there you go. So thank you for the raid, Monster Pie. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Oh, that warning. You're welcome. I got you. I got you. I will always remember that now. Usually if I screw up on something once or twice is usually too many times, but if I do it once, I usually commit it to memory to not do it again. Pretty good about that. As long as somebody tells me their preferences, I will try my best, my absolute damnedest, to do what they need me to do. I want people to be comfortable. I want people to be seen as themselves, whatever that means to them. I will do my best to accommodate. Sticker designs, we had a really good chat and a lovely time. That sounds fantastic. I am happy for you. Thank you so much for bringing your crew to me. That is very wonderful. Oh, and thank you for, oh yeah, this up. I reread that. Having a good time on a Saturday ain't a bad thing. Trying to finish 2 parts of this before I duck out myself. I've been streaming for a few hours. We had a nice chat today too on my stream. It was heavy, but it was good. I think it was kind of necessary. I think some people needed a reminder of it, and it was good. It was positive. Overall, good stuff. I stream Saturdays at 2 p.m. Central, so depending on where you're at. And I do it simultaneously on Twitch and YouTube, so if you don't want to be on through Twitch, you can absolutely watch it on YouTube, and I'll still see the chat and everything. I have a client that bounces off all the chat that happens, so it's pretty nice. Technology. Oh, past midnight in the UK. Oh yeah, get to bed, man. Get some food, too. Everybody's always hungry after a stream. Thank you so much again for your raid. I appreciate it. I always forget to raid people. I have to raid today. Sophia, do you plan on streaming at all today? I really don't mind raiding. I suppose I should go look at who's on, just so I'm ready for when I go. Excellent. Can't wait to see you. Have a good one. No one seems to be streaming. Oh, that's so cute. All you transplants. That's adorable. I love it. Nope. Oh, your stream day's yesterday. That's right. You got a new computer! Yeah! Hey, that's super important. No more lag and glitching. Hell yeah, dude. Good for you. That's always a good feeling. Helps with confidence, too. Yeah, that's true, Cavendish, because somebody might duck out too quick. I've had it a couple times where I've raided somebody right when they ended, and it's just like the raid just falls dead. Like the video has stopped, but everybody's in the chat, and it's like, oh, okay. I'm gone. Oh well. Yeah, transplants. It's cute because, I mean, that's technically what I am. I'm like, God, I don't even know how many miles I am from. Because I know Europe is smaller than the US, or about the same size, but like, our states are as far away as your countries, from what I remember. Like, I remember being in Ireland and how easy it was to get to certain other places. So if I'm here, directions to where I'm from are... So, cat, if I am, like right now I'm like 400 miles away, about, from where I grew up. In Europe, what would the equivalent of that be? Because we technically say, I'm in Illinois, but I'm a Minnesota transplant. Something like that. Yeah, because like I'm 400 miles from where I grew up in Minnesota right now. So I wonder what that means then. I would have to find a map and look at the miles conversion. Oh my god. Like Belgium? The entire length of Germany? Wow. Putsy? Are you in Minnesota? Yeah, unfortunately I did. I still dream about going back all the time though. I've been everywhere in the US, but man, I love Minnesota. I really do. Everywhere I've gone, it doesn't compare. Really, it doesn't. And it's even on the smallest scale. Like, Illinois still is missing a lot of things that Minnesota has. I'm like, oh. It's 2 countries away from the UK. Wow. See, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy. I will always have love for Minnesota. Nothing like it. What is it about Minnesota I like? Honestly, how many lakes there were. I grew up in the Mound area. Yeah, my hometown is called Mound. Very small town. But it's, I was in this area where the only way to get out of it was basically to go around all these lakes. And it really, like, it really is a land of 10,000 lakes. Like, there are so many lakes everywhere. I had a lake that was like a 2-minute walk up my street. And we lived not super close to Lake Minnetonka, but it was like 10 minutes away. Not even, maybe more, like 5. Actually, like 5 minutes away. Yeah, right? And you want to end up there. I feel you. I feel you on that hard. Like, I have a lot of love for where I grew up. It's not the same, though, and I know that. But that area, like, I feel like there are certain areas that stick out in your head that, like, you know, when I get homesick, God bless Google Maps, man. Because I go there on Google Maps, and I look at it, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I remember. And it kind of helps, honestly, if you're feeling homesick at all. That really does seem to help. But, I don't know, I miss the lakes, I miss the black-capped chickadees. We don't have those really here. And it's so dumb, because they're like my favorite bird. And you'd think something as common as the little chickadee would be here. Like, I haven't seen any. And I used to have them all the time at my old place in Minnesota. Like, they were like the only bird I ever saw. I love them so much. They're so cute. And here I haven't really seen any. It's really dumb. And I'm in a rural area, too. It's not like I'm in a city or anything like that. You do that with Google, too? Yeah. It's the only way, really, you know? I mean, it does feel like you're kind of walking around. Honestly, I wish it'd be really cool if somehow they could release like a VR version that you could walk around like your town and stuff. Oh, love it. Oh no, Cavendish, that's so sad. You know, I remember seeing something somewhere that you might be able to roll back Google Maps history, like the visual history. I'm not sure how to do it, and I'm not sure if it's even still possible, but I remember reading somewhere you could do that. So maybe you could even roll it back to before they had taken a picture of it as that house. Yeah, I've heard good things about the Pacific Northwest cat. Like, everybody that's there that I know of typically doesn't leave. Like, they love it so much there that it's, you know, the moss and the trees and everything. And the one person I do know that's leaving is going to Minnesota. Because she knows family there, and it's basically the same as Pacific Northwest area, just in the Midwest. So similar. Hi Norca, how you doing? How you been? We're basically ending soon here because I've been streaming for like 4 hours. Like, it's been 4 hours, whatever. They totally do, yeah. From the time that I was up there, it did give me that vibe. Though I gotta be honest, the ocean freaks me out. And the actual, like, coast of the U.S. freaks me out. There's something to be said for all the natural disaster movies that show that the coasts always get effed. And the Midwest, fine. It's okay. Though I remember I think it was Day After Tomorrow, when they showed the map of everything freezing, Minnesota did get completely frozen over, but that's the only time I've actually seen something bad happen in Minnesota in a disaster movie. Usually we're fine. Oh, Vancouver Island, cute. Yeah, oceans freak out. And I almost think it's because I never saw an ocean until I was in my 30s. And it was just like, that's it. And like my adult brain was like, And I had a moment. I was like, I don't know. That's kind of scary. Because the biggest thing I had seen before then was Lake Superior. And it's like, yeah, it's big. But I mean, on the other side of that, you know, there's some land. Pretty close. Kind of close. But then, like, ocean. You're in Ohio now? That feels like a big jump. Was that a pretty big jump, at least from like a people standpoint? Did you have like an adjustment period? You're screwed in Vancouver. Oh no. Yeah, Kat, I would assume that. That had to be scary in its own right. Norca, the biggest. Oh yes. Oh no. Oh no. Are you happier overall that you moved though? Or like how do you feel about it now? Oh my god, what am I gonna eat? I'm so hungry. I eat so many things. Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's really on. No one that's like a close friend. I feel like raiding a giant stream is like a drop in the bucket for them. I usually want to help out my friends if they're streaming or people I know online, but no one is. Meh. Quiet here helped you out a ton. That's good. That's really good. Nice and quiet is, there's nothing wrong with that, man. Like the people that I feel like require the city craziness probably just grew accustomed to it growing up, and they go to it because it's what they know. But I think overall most people don't want the crazy raw of city life, you know? Oh really, Kat? So California is like big time Hollywood movies, lots of people schmoozing, and it's like New York kind of, but different, more lazy than New York, but the same mindset somehow. At least that's what I thought when I went to both. New York felt to me like it was just a constant state fair that was always going on that never stopped. That's what New York felt like to me. But California felt like the same kind of go, go, go vibe, but everybody's doing it a little bit more chill. And then like Ohio is the absolute opposite of that. Nothing's happening. Ohio, Iowa, Idaho, the Dakotas, Wyoming, all those places, just nothing really happens. So it did a 180. Oh yeah. When I went to Florida, that scared the hell out of me. Like when I was in the plane, I was going over Florida, and I saw the pockets of like puddle, water, lake, whatever you call it, and there were just, it looked like the ground was sinking. And then I learned that people don't have basements in Florida because they would hit water. That freaked me out. Okay, that freaked me out good. I don't like Florida. It freaks me out. That you're that close to water. And so many people are like, what, basement? What do you mean basement? Like what? I'm like, you don't have basements? No, we'd hit water. Like, what? So that's crazy. Like I said, I went to, I moved out of Minnesota pretty late in my life, so I got exposed to all these places kind of within a year. Within a year, I had moved out of Minnesota, lived in Wisconsin, gone to Chicago, gone to New York, gone to like Florida and California, all within never even being on a plane. And then all of a sudden I went to all these places. It was really cool, but really like overwhelming. But it was neat because I got to have these things as a first experience close to each other. So I was able to hold them next to each other really well, I feel. So like I said, with New York, it felt like a constant state fair, and what California felt like and everything. It was crazy. Really crazy. Thank conventions for that. But hopefully conventions will be back soon. Anyway, all right. So we worked on this. We worked on this. Got pretty far on this. This needs a pastel still. Man, whatever. That is confusing. Pastel. Anyway, where's the other one? I just lost an entire thing here. Where did that go? How can I lose the whole thing? Oh my god. Hold on. I'm sure it's in this pot. It is. And then we did some work on this one. This one still has a while to go. But either way, we had fun today. We had a really heavy conversation earlier, which, I feel like it was super heavy, but it was also really good, I think. But actually, oh, really? I mean, if I named all the places I've been now, it'd be kind of crazy, because there was one year we took a 20-hour drive to, what was it? Where's FurryCon? FurryCon was in, it's not Boston, Massachusetts. I think it was in Maryland? I don't know. It was on the East Coast, though, but it was a 20-hour car ride. It was crazy. Maybe it's near Washington. Anyway, that was interesting. But yeah, Washington, D.C. was weird, too, because it took me a day, at least, to wrap my head around that that's not a state, really. District of Columbia idea. What is that? That didn't understand it in school, and it took me a while after that, too. But anyway. Oh, you took a train across country? That's awesome, though. Oh, no. What did you clip, Sophia? Oh, my realization. Pastel. Oh, I like it. Thank you for my first clip in a really long time, Sophia. Mindfunk tickle. I've never even heard of that. I love that. Thank you, Sophia. That means a lot. Thank you. Gleaming puppy. I love that URL. That's great. Okay, we're gonna go. I stream on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Central on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. So if we had people on YouTube that were talking in the chat, they'd be showing up in this chat too, and vice versa. So it's kind of cool. So no matter what, you can have people talking. And if I had 100 people at once on both things, it'd be nutty. But we don't necessarily want that. We like our little community, don't we? Anyway, everybody get good rest. Have a good weekend. Have a good week. Don't forget, on the 18th of September, I'm having a guest on here. And it's my friend Mike. And he works for doing 3D medical animation. And he also really enjoys Capcom and drawing in his free time. And he's really good. So we'll have him on the 18th. And I'll do more prepping up until that. So yeah, they share a chat. It's awesome. Sophia, you should check it out. It's Restream. So one client bounces to the other and all that. So it's really fun. Norca, thanks for joining. Serenity, I'm glad you're feeling better. Really am. Kat, I love you. Thank you for always being here. Seriously. So we'll see you next time, okay? Okay? Be good. Be nice to people. Get lots of rest. I love you. Bye. Bye.